phones working any better than yesterday?
Yeah.
They are. How far away? What'd you say? Okay, if everybody put their cell phones on vibrate, the bathrooms are in the hallway there on the left. Other than that, we come to order. And at this moment, Director, we're going to have Mr. Rapp come up and read and you can sit there. He'll take one of the other seats and read a letter from Senator Barrasso that has to do with, so Nolan, if you'd come up. Oh, let me mention the validation of the parking tickets. If you got a parking ticket when you came into the parking lot out here, if you'd have, I believe you could tell the person at the gate as you leave that you're in this meeting. If that doesn't work, you could always have them validated and give them back to you. So please have them validated and give them back to you, or you can try to tell the person who's collecting the money that you are in this meeting, and please don't charge me. But other than that, Nolan, all yours.
My name is Nolan Rapp. I am
Closer to the microphone.
You have to get close, real close.
Oh, can you hear me?
Closer.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nolan Rapp. I'm the state policy representative for Senator Barrasso here in Casper. The senator sent me with a letter, which I will read to the committee on his behalf. Dear members of the Transportation Committee, I appreciate the opportunity for my staff to join you as you meet during this interim session. When I served in the state legislature, I had the opportunity to serve as a member of this committee, and I appreciate the attention this committee gives to important travel and commerce issues. Efficient transportation infrastructure is critical to the success of state and local economies, and challenges vary widely across the country. Casper and Cheyenne face different challenges than Chattanooga or Chicago, but several basic requirements remain. Roads, bridges, and tunnels must be safe and efficient for personal use and interstate commerce. In Wyoming, road safety also includes managing wildlife conflict. Across the West, the Wyoming Game and Fish, Wyoming Department of Transportation, the Legislature, conservation partners, and sportsmen's groups have led the way in successfully mitigating conflict between motorists and wildlife populations. In July, I introduced the America's Transportation Infrastructure Act of 2019. This highway bill makes historic investments in Wyoming's roads and bridges, safeguards Wyoming's portion of federal funding under the Highway Trust Fund, and provides increased program flexibility for emergency situations like flooding and landslides. The bill also places clear timelines on environmental reviews of projects to prevent protracted reviews, which sometimes are larger than the construction of the project. Wildlife crossings are also prioritized in the bill. The legislation creates a pilot program to construct wildlife crossing infrastructure at key choke points and provides $250 million to fund approved projects. As chairman of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, I invited WYDOT Director Luke Reiner to testify. He shared Wyoming priorities, Western perspectives, and provided suggestions to improve opportunities for transportation officials. The committee passed the highway bill with unanimous support, 21-0. I'm proud of the strong, bipartisan bill we developed and passed, and hopeful this bill will pass the Senate this year. Again, I thank you for your time today and wish you luck as the meeting proceeds. Sincerely, U.S. Senator John Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Rapp. Can you tell us if they're working on that bill at all on the infrastructure, or have they even considered it?
The bill encompasses infrastructure, transportation, highways, the whole gambit. It's one of the largest, if not the largest, infrastructure bill that has ever been put forward in the Senate. So
have they even considered it?
The Senate Committee, the Environment and Public Works, which Senator Barrasso was the chair, it's passed out of that committee 21-0. Right now it is awaiting scheduling on the Senate floor.
So they haven't worked on it. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rapp? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you know if there are any things that we can do as a state in order to make sure that we are in the front of, or the head of the line to get those funds, for example, matching funds or making commitments or having studies prepared, which would put us ahead of the rest of the states? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McGuire, I know our office and the Committee for Environment and Public Works have been working very closely with Wyoming state agencies and Director Reiner, WYDOT, to get everything that would be important for Wyoming included on this. As to specifically, I could not speak to that right now.
Other questions to Mr. Rapp? Seeing none, thank you, Nolan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next up would be the Director of WYDOT. We're going to do wildlife crossings and federal funds. And I'm going to leave the last, this is for Heather's knowledge, 38 will take the amendments in. We'll do it on 38. Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. You know, again, thanks for letting WYDOT be up here. Looking forward to spending the day with you. I have a few introductory remarks just as a follow-up from our last session and just maybe update on what's going on. And then we'll certainly invite Ms. Carlson up here and we'll roll into wildlife. But in terms of ongoing operational focus, certainly, you know, WYDOT remains committed to supporting the economy of this state and improving the quality of life for everybody across the state. Operationally, we continue to focus on our workforce and on looking for alternate revenue sources, and we'll hear about some of those as we walk through today. An update on RIS, or the Revenue Information System, that we've talked a little bit about before. So as just to remind you that that's a system that was written in the late 1980s, COBOL-based, and managed and by ETS, which is a good thing. So that whole software suite physically moved from a mainframe in Cheyenne to a mainframe in Omaha. And we did that about a month ago. And you may ask yourself, well, why did those guys do that? And really the reason was it was really an ETS-led decision, which we supported based on the ability to maintain that software here. There's about 2 people left in the state that could actually program that and work on that software. So it's now resides in Omaha, Nebraska, and that's good. That doesn't change in any of our minds the requirement for us to update that system, and that will remain as a priority for us to start moving that system along and get it redone. But it is now in Omaha. It was a stressful weekend, actually, just in terms of the actual transfer, and lots of people focused on what was going on, but it is successfully done and we're up and running. In terms of road dedications, we did and have dedicated 2 roads. Again, thank you very much to this committee and the leadership of certain individuals, you know, through the last session in terms of dedicating some roads. But that was certainly all of Highway 20 across the state. Did that dedication at Orange Junction there by Douglas, and attended by many of you in here. So thanks for your participation and leadership in that. Again, you know, to honor those men and women that have served in the military and have earned the Medal of Honor. And then again, about probably 2 weeks after that, we dedicated a portion of 14, 16, 20 right east of Cody as a Wild Horse Highway. And that was a nice dedication, and some of you were there as well. It wasn't lost on me that really Highway 20 was involved in both, and there's a nice tie between those two. The other thing I'd share with you on the connected vehicle pilot is that we've briefed you on before here is we are now entering phase 3, which is full-scale tests, and looking for 300 trucks to join us on the interstate to put some stress behind that system. So, you know, phase 1 was planning, phase 2 was really working all the bugs out, and the bugs are, you know, worked out. And I've briefed you on some of those bugs that we worked out in the past. I am happy to report to you that some Wyoming firms have taken the lead on this. So Ryan Trucking out of Hot Springs County, Tom Ryan's actually a county commissioner. His firm agreed to put 20 trucks in, and we signed an MOU with them just last week. And so we'll do the appropriate publicity, but what we say is, hey, thank you very much for joining this quest to make our highway safer and in this case, your trucks and your drivers safer. Dooley Oil was the first Wyoming company to join, so they're fully engaged. And then Sinclair, which is actually a Utah company, but they operate so much in the state, are also partners. Sheila was just telling me, Ms. Forsch, that she was out at the American Trucking Association this last week, and actually they're talking it in detail at that level and pushing firms to come join. So that was music to our ears, and some of the hard work that we've been doing in trying to coordinate that is coming to play. So we'll, more to follow on that, but making some nice headway there. In terms of
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, 300 trucks for one day or for a week, or are they all on the system at once?
Yeah,
in one day?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, good question. So it's 300 trucks for phase 3 of the test, which really will last until the summer of next year. All right. So the requirement to really join that is we want to be able to put this equipment in your truck, which is really an FM, receiver and a transmitter, and then a computer that ties into the information on your vehicle that transmits, direction, heading, or whether you're crashed or not. That's some basic safety messages. And we ask that you run I-80, some portion of I-80, 2 or 3 times a week. So it has been interesting because some of the larger national companies, they don't have dedicated trucks to routes. And so they may run I-80, but then they may swerve down and run across the southern part of the country. They may not be back to this part of the country for a couple months. Not a great part, not a great fit for this particular phase of the test, but that's what we're doing. The equipment is bought by US DOT because this is an experiment. Remember, that's sponsored by them. When the test is over, the equipment is abandoned in place. So that is sort of a benefit of participating, is you should really have that equipment, because we have no intent of pulling anything from the interstate. And we see this as the wave of the future to make our highways safer.
Further questions? Director, I do have a question on the RIS. So it's being now based in, or the server is now in Omaha. Is that what I understood you to say?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Now, is it still using a Cobalt, or is it
still
upgraded?
Cobalt? It's exactly the same software. It just, the mainframe that it happens to sit on is now sitting in Omaha, Nebraska.
So we're still at square one. We still have to start again trying to figure out how to upgrade this?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay.
The task in front of us of getting rid of the old Cobalt system has not changed.
So was it ET's recommendation, ETS recommendation that it moved to Omaha?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Is that where they're doing most of their mainframe work, is out of Omaha?
Actually, in terms of ETS, they're still doing most of theirs, I understand, here in Cheyenne. But in this particular case, they recognize we just don't have the expertise anymore to do the right job on the system. And it's so important to us across the state because, it's where everybody's, basic data is stored on real ID and who you are. And so it was, it boils back to failure's not an option on that one. And it was getting too close. So in the short run, it's a good move, but in the long run, our recommendation is still, we need to replace the system.
Do you have money, Director, do you have money in your budget this year to start on it, or is something you're going to wait till next year to put in the budget, or how are you doing this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're taking a serious look at the requirements to fund it starting this next biennium. So it is we think we've pushed it down the road as far as we should push it, and we need to start the process of changing it. So.
Yeah, question.
Yeah. Director, so to move it to Omaha and have then the server will be maintained by people in Omaha, am I correct?
Mr. Co-Chairman, that's correct.
What is, there has to be a cost to the state for this. Do you have an estimate of what that may be?
You know, Mr.
Same, maybe the same as what we're doing.
I don't have. I would probably ask, Mr. Babbitt if he knows. Otherwise, I think we owe you an answer on that one.
It's either way, it's a cost. I'm just curious. This probably is more, but
Mr. Babbitt,
thank you.
let us know.
Mr. Chairman, Troy Babbitt, YDOT Chief Technical Officer. Two different scenarios there. So the mainframe migration move took everything that was existing with the RIS system and actually moved it to prevent hardware failure, emergency power backup, expertise. ETS was starting to run out of it at the current location. So the RIS system does still reside now at the Omaha. So question I think was now going towards the RIS side of the fence. Actually have.
Well, the question is, what's the cost to the state to maintain it in Omaha?
On the present system, is there additional cost by this move? I'm guessing that there is. There would have been whether we'd left it here or moved it to Omaha.
I think you're exactly right, sir. I think that is in ETS's budget, and I'd have to check to see what that amount was.
Thank you.
Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reiner, are other states' companies using this company that we're using now in Omaha, or is we're their only clients? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, I don't have the exact answer to that, but I can't imagine that we were the only one. This is a large IBM center in Omaha, and I'm sure they have many clients.
Other questions, the committee?
Mr. Chairman, maybe one thing I might add to that. The good news story for me on this RIS system and what we did was that it, again, working in collaboration with ETS, and really that ETS took the lead on saying, hey, that's a computer software system. That's our business to take care of. And so they were the ones that really facilitated the move, found the right partner in terms of the IBM out in Omaha, and said, let's get it to a place where it's less likely it'll fail for us.
Yeah. Yes. Representative Blake?
Follow up. Thank you, Director Reiner. And did they give us any indication of how long this situation would be viable using our system through them?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, I as far as I know, we're good until I don't know the exact date, but it was the most logical move for that time frame.
Maybe one addition, Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, is there's no change to the software that's running, right? The software still is old and obsolete. But what we specifically gained by moving it to Omaha was better hardware, and on that particular type of mainframe. So the hardware is more robust, but the software remains the same. And there's more, maintainers of Cobalt software at the IBM Center in Omaha than there are here in Wyoming. Sort of like maybe taking your loved ones that's sick to maybe a better medical center, right? So to use that pun.
Yeah. So as long as we give you 64 million, we'll be good.
That would be perfect, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I was thinking.
So it's closer to about 68, though.
Oh, okay. Well, 64. You find the other 4.
Sure, that's right. We'll that would be a good
Other
start.
questions from the committee? If
All
not,
right. Thank you. Just moving on then to a couple other introductory remarks.
oh, we do have a
Thank you.
question. Representative Laux.
Mr. Chairman, we've been bouncing around a little bit. We were still talking about the connected vehicle pilot program, and I had a question concerning that, if that's proper at this time.
Please go for it.
Director, so help me understand. So the 300 trucks is what you guys envision to be on I-80, okay, and given data and information. Are they all going to be trucks, or are there going to be any YDOT vehicles that are utilizing this also?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Laux. So the way that worked was in phase 2, we really equipped about 80 vehicles whiteout trucks, highway patrol vehicles, and some others that we did sort of the initial testing on. Now the next 300 is really test. We expanded the scale to test it on 300 trucks. Eventually, like every vehicle out there to have it. But that was within the parameters that were set by the United States Department of Transportation as part of the testing parameters was to test at that scale, and they picked the 300. So that we'll actually have more than 300 vehicles on it because we'll have the ones we had from phase 2 plus the additional 300.
So, Mr. Chair, so the 80 vehicles that you mentioned that were whiteout vehicles will be still in that mix, but we want to grow that. We want the big tractor trailers in that 300 number. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Laux, that's precisely correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Questions? Other questions? Please continue, General.
Thank you. If we go to the next slide, then we're right at 69 construction projects, and obviously construction season is coming to a close. We had a wet spring, as you all know, as we lived through it, and I'll just tell you that we did sit down with the Wyoming Contractors Association and said, hey, listen, you can't control the weather and we can't control the weather. And so really we just agreed to work closely together on individual projects to figure out the best way to work through that issue. Because there's some significant penalties built into some of these contracts.
Can you speak directly into that mic? It's
for being late. And so our agreement was to work through that and to support each other. Some of those projects will now carry over to next year. So that's a good thing, and I think it's important for us to work closely with our contractors throughout the state. We did receive $23 million in August from what they call August redistribution, right, which is sort of the end of year push of money from the federal highways. It is all obligated. You only get about 5 weeks there at the end of the year to obligate that money. So it's all obligated, and it's applied to 2020 projects that come from our State Transportation Improvement Program, or STIP. So that's a good thing, and the staff worked very hard to make sure that we are successful in making sure we left none of that money on the table.
We have a question.
Yeah, so I'm going to back up a little bit and piggyback on what Co-Chairman Laux had to say about the interconnected vehicle, and I'm kind of curious, it's mostly a question to the committee, curious as to how many of you have seen the presentation for the interconnected vehicles, and if you haven't, raise your hand because we may do it again. Okay, we may be doing this again. Anyway, it's a pilot program, a grant that Wyoming got for I-80, and it's will make the roadways safer. It's kind of neat that we got that thing. The presentation is spectacular. I thought it was. I first heard it at WISTA.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd love to do that again for you. I mean, if we had time today, we could do it for you today because it's here on our computers. But it is something for us in the state of Wyoming to be pretty proud of, and we got a team that's working it really, really hard, and it will make a difference on the safety on our highways forever. So. In terms of other operations, certainly preparing for winter operations, plows have now been out, and this storm was the first test, and lots of coordination going on with game and fish relative to wildlife crossings. I think we'll maybe hold questions for that until we get to the wildlife portion, but lots of good stuff going on with the wildlife. Just a quick update on, we updated you, I think, in May, based on the wet spring. We had some landslides. Most of them were on Wyoming 296, which, remember, is a road that goes north out of Cody and then really runs into the northeast corner of Yellowstone. All right, and we had multiple slides out there. One we called the D6 slide. That was pretty low on the road, and that one has been stabilized and has been completed. There was one a little bit higher up, Dead Indian Pass. That one we will tackle in the spring, so we stabilized it for the winter, and and we'll hit it in the spring. And then there is a bridge right when you turn onto 296, the Pat O'Hara Bridge. I'll show you a couple of pictures there, and that's stabilized as we speak too. So if you go to the next slide, there's some pictures. So that's the construction in process. So you see all those pillars going down into the dirt. Theoretically, you shouldn't see those, right? So all the dirt was washed out from that, and there's what it looks like in the end. Okay, next slide. So anyway, we spent some money on those, and the crew has worked hard, and we're in good shape for the winter and set for the spring. The other thing I'd share is that on 20 and on 14, 16, 20, there's been a lot of work putting in some additional catch fences to catch rocks as they fall, and then we were also proactive in terms of knocking loose rocks off. They call it rock scaling. They send a dude up with a rope, right, and then he pushes the rocks off or blows them off with a little bit of dynamite or puts a bag behind it and pushes them off. But it's a lot better, right, to get them on the ground in a controlled environment than have them fall on your head when you're driving through, right? So again, my kudos to the men and women up there running those parts of the road. In terms of aeronautics, we currently have 16 active construction projects going on in the aeronautics world, and I understand you had a great tour of this facility yesterday. There was something did go bump in the night in Wheatland, and you may have heard about it. But so that project there was a runway resurface project, and the way you build runways, you put down it's sort of like roads, but the specs that the FAA follow are very, very, very precise and very close. And so in Wheatland, they had a very good dirt base, and then they put on the first layer of asphalt. And the first layer of asphalt did not meet specs in terms of being flat enough. It was too bumpy. And so the decision was made actually to rip that asphalt out. And that occurred here about 2 weeks ago. And so the runway is now back down to dirt, and it'll stay dirt for the winter, and we'll reattack that in the spring. But if you're in the community of Wheatland waiting for an airport, that one didn't work out so good.
So, so Director, is it still open?
The runway is not open.
It's not open
No,
at all?
Mr. Chairman. The runway is closed.
Okay, thank you.
So that was a hit, obviously, to aeronautics throughout the state, and it was a sub to the major contractor. The major contractor has been a good contractor, but the asphalt sub, failed to maintain standards, and there's a lot of debate about whether you could fix it with the next lift, and in the end, the decision was, what, we just got to rip it out and start over again. So that's where we're at on the Wheatland runway. Lots of you in here know about the capacity purchase agreement, so certainly something that was passed into law last year. I'll just tell you that's off to a very good start. We met with Select Air in, I believe that was Jackson, about a month ago, gave a full report there, but the capacity purchase agreement is off to a good start, and I think will make a huge difference in the state in terms of air travel. You already heard from Senator Barrasso's team in regards to the FAST Act. I think I would basically, in answer to Representative McGuire's question about, is there something we can do to get ahead of it? We are in close. We're watching it close. And once it makes it through the Senate, and once there's a House version, we'll pay even closer attention to what the final bill looks like, and make sure we can take advantage of it. Let's see if there's any questions on this. Okay, quick update on the Wyoming Highway Patrol. Hey, fatalities continue to grow. All right, so when we put this slide together, end of August, we were at 107, and you can see how that compared to the previous years at the end of August. Today finds us at 128. All right, and so the numbers keep going up. Crash factors have not changed. Largely, we think, is distraction. All right. Lack of seatbelt use and excessive speed, and that is a deadly combination. All right, many of our accidents are single car or single vehicle on beautiful roads in the day. right? And you run off the road and overcorrect and turn your vehicle over, and it's the last thing you do. I think we will probably like to ask
Senator
to do
Anderson.
What are we up to now? What is the number?
Yeah, 128, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson. So I think for next year, we would probably like to propose that we take an interim topic look at maybe some additional things we could do for highway safety, but that's for next year.
So, Director, have you ever found the roads to be to blame for the fatality, or was it always the driver?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I hesitate to say never, but the huge proportion of these vehicle accidents are driver error.
So
it's
what would
well
you
in the
propose?
90%.
What would you propose as an interim topic for us? If, just being stupid is not something we can take up.
Sure. I think our proposal would go probably along three ways. One, is there a better way to stop distracted driving, to make you put your phone down? And right now it's very hard for our highway patrol to enforce it, right? And so something along that realm. And I did actually ask Colonel Haller to start looking at surrounding states to see what other states have done in that regard.
So if it's a federal law, Director, and I don't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry about that. If it's a federal law and they put cell phone blockers in the car, as soon as you start the car, your cell phone no longer works, or that would be hard to do. Almost impossible, because there's always an emergency that you need to call out if you get in an accident or something, or you see something. So I'm not sure that this committee could do anything, really. Every Wyoming car needs to be cell phone blocked. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in terms of blocking cell phones, I'm not sure how you do that either, because if you're a passenger in a car, you probably want your phone to work,
exactly.
right? So it is. So I'm not sure we can just give up, right? So something has to be done for this distracted driving. Speed, we'd probably, our recommendation would be, hey, there's got to be a way to maybe slow people down, and maybe it's as simple as increasing the bond level, right? I mean, what I continually hear from troopers is, hey, I stopped somebody on I-80, they were doing 110, I wrote them a $150 ticket, and they laughed, and they said, that's it? Boom, and they were gone. And so maybe the bond schedule needs to change, right? But those are maybe some of those innovative issues that I think would be worth potentially taking a look at, because certainly the numbers this year speak for themselves. And as the DOT director, I think it's my task, right, to say our roads could be safer, and there's potentially laws that could be changed that would help make them safer. And Mr. Chairman, that's where I don't have a perfect solution today, but I think as a director of this organization, I think it's my responsibility to bring attention to it and to suggest some potential solutions down the road.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we didn't really talk about is intoxication or drug impairment, and I just was wondering about some seepage from Colorado where they have legalized marijuana, if that is a factor. I know, Director, that we had an actual break-in to a house from a fellow that was hopped up on some substance and attacked some people the other day from Colorado, and so I was just wondering if you're seeing that as an issue as well.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, here's some good news. The good news is on DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol, is actually on the decline, right? So the education and the push we're seeing good results there. Now, it's not much of a decline, but a decline is a decline, right? What's on the increase is driving under the influence of some sort of drugs. And so that's proven to be more of a challenge, right? It's a lot harder. In fact, we have specially trained troopers that if we pull somebody over and we suspect that they might be high on drugs, then it's a special trooper we'll call over that has the training to figure that out. So that is on the increase, and we're seeing more and more of that type of driving. It's both illicit and legal drugs too, right? I mean, prescription drugs. Yeah.
Other questions? Ready? Proceed, Director.
Mr. Chairman, that would, if that would really precede what I was hoping to be just a pretty, quick, here's what's going on in the organization. And
Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. On that Wheatland project, are we going to get that redone for free because it was done incorrectly the first time, or do you know?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake. So the good thing about construction is companies are bonded, and so there will be no increase to the taxpayer for what occurred. Right. The issue there at Wheatland, that what the decision they had to make was they could have maybe tried to level it out, but the issue is the runway is now shut, right, for the next 6 months at least, right, which is not helpful if you're in the air service in business in Wheatland, right? And so, but no, in terms of the contracting and money, it is the primary contractor is certainly on the hook, and there's already issues with, hey, how are you going to make this right?
Representative Blake.
Just to follow up, how soon will it be before we pave the Greater Green River Intergalactic Spaceport?
Never, please, never.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, you heard from the chairman. So
you got to remove that barbed wire fence at the end there first. That's launch pad, vertical.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further questions, I'd like to invite Ms. Carlson up here, and we'll jump into some wildlife discussion.
We have the first bill up for our consideration will be Bill 350035, Wildlife Conservation Account. Speak really close to it. And who would like to kick this off?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Carlson.
members of the committee. Shelby Carlson, Chief Engineer with the Wyoming Department of Transportation. I might like to just back up, if I may, and give you a little more feedback, Mr. Chairman, on your question regarding fatalities. Every fatality that comes in is reviewed by the district traffic engineer in the district. They go out with a form and they review every accident to see if there's something roadway related that could have played a part in that crash and that maybe we could do better. Seldom is it the road. I would say usually it's probably 10% or less of the time it's roadway related, but it could be we look at maybe some additional signage could help. The other things that I have seen happen is operationally we may say, hey, we're having crashes here on these curves. It's icy a lot of the time. Can we change our operations to get sandy materials out to these curves a little closer or earlier in the morning before traffic hits it? So we might look at change in operations to address those things. So we look at these very closely, every single fatality.
Mr. Chairman, on that issue, I noticed that bridges have a big sign on them that they get icy before the roadway, and I think probably there's some causes there for accidents that we need to be worried about.
Mr. Chairman, yes, they do. They tend to be colder because they have the cold air underneath them. A lot of times if we've got some tracking of salt that can get out on there, it'll be wet and then that freezes. And so we do try to warn drivers. There's some technology out there to look at spraying some mag chloride, calcium chloride if we think there's going to be a problem. I think we've had some success, but it can be limited. And the reason is the weather conditions can change so quickly with temperatures as well as wind and some of those sort of makes it difficult. So the best thing is try to warn our drivers, hey, slow down. We might have some icy bridges ahead. All right, Mr. Chairman, I will move forward into update for you on wildlife crop work that we've been doing since we met with you last. US 189, the Dry Piney Creek project over near Big Piney, between LaBarge and Big Piney. Our Transportation Commission did sign a resolution in August of 2019 for $1.25 million to match the $1.25 million that the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission put towards that project. Wyoming Game and Fish Commission signed that resolution in July of 2019. The $14.5 million grant has been submitted. Working, there it goes. We have received some questions from the USDOT regarding that application. That's encouraging to us, but at this point, we do not know if that will be successful. On Du Bois, about 25 miles either direction from the Du Bois area, we have started the design for phase 2, which is to make permanent the limit sign. So it'll just give 2 speeds, say 65 during the daytime, maybe 50, 55 at night. In conjunction with that, we will be putting in permanent dynamic message signs to communicate with the driver. Our studies indicate that dual speed limits in and of themselves are ineffective. People don't change their driver behavior to slow down, even though we have lowered the speed limit. Our hope is with adding the messaging boards to really raise awareness that the animals are in the area may get us better compliance with those dual speed limits. In addition, the Game and Fish has...
Senator Anderson.
One question on that 25 miles each side of Du Bois, does that include 8-foot fences also? Does that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, we're just now moving into phase 3 of this project. The Game and Fish has hired Echo Resolution to actually go in and study feasibility of looking at structures and potential fencing. The issues in the Du Bois area are, and this is what we see commonly with our highways, we tend to build them in the river valleys. When you get to the winter, often where their forage is, where their shelter is on one side of the road and water is on the other. And the deer in this area don't move very far. And so there is some concern on whether putting structures in and fencing is the right thing to do or maybe not. So that's what that consultant will be studying in conjunction with Game and Fish as well as WYDOT, and doing a lot of public outreach to try to determine what phase 3 looks like and whether it will include fencing or structures. We have received some interest in some private donations for wildlife crossings. That's been a good effort for us because we have learned that we can accept donations, private donations. And so we are working through that, try to determine how we accept that and how we are going to track that. And not only tracking it in, that's a bit easier than tracking it out onto a project. You know, everything we do is project-centric budgeting. We want to know where every dollar goes. And so working on new codes and how we're going to track that money being spent. So we are working through that right now. Dennis Byrne is really taking the bull by the horns on that, is handling that effort. The proposed bills that you'll be looking at today, even though we can accept donations, there are still some advantages in the bills in that they allow us to suggest and solicit specific contribution amounts based on the studies that we put in place and knowing the amount of money we need for a project. It places the option of donations on vehicle registrations, driver's license applications, those sorts of items. Also park registrations, and then it sets up an endowment through the state treasurer's office, so all those funds go through the state treasurer's office. So those bills you'll be discussing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carlson, is that the same fund as the wildlife conservation plates going into, or is that a separate account? Or
Mr. Chairman, I believe the same account.
Thank you.
Okay, wildlife migration corridors. We're working right now very closely with the Game and Fish. Animals are on the move. It's migration season, and we are lining that up with our 511 app and our WYO road map to align with where those animals are moving right now, where the drivers ought to be using additional caution because those animals are in force and crossing our highways in those locations. So working with them closely right now to get all of that up and running on our 511 app.
Is that all you have for us, Ms. Carlson?
No, Mr. Chair, I think there's a question.
No, Ms. Newsom, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shelby, on the WYO Road update, is there anything on our printed map that denotes where wildlife crossings might be and the importance of watching wildlife on our printed map?
Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, there is not. And that's certainly something we could look at in the future, but it is not on our highway map right now. Yeah. Also, Wyoming Game and Fish, we've had a meeting and really trying to work more collaboratively on our messaging and our media outreach. We're linking a lot of our links on both websites to each other so that people that might be looking at wildlife mitigation for wildlife vehicle crashes, if they're looking on the Game and Fish, it'll link over to some of the information we have on the WYDOT site and vice versa. And then just making sure that we're really very consistent. We've been working together on an article that'll be coming out in the Wyoming Game and Fish here fairly soon, but really just working together on and trying to increase our messaging and ensure that we're very consistent as we do so. I'm happy to announce that we have finalized our 42-inch wildlife-friendly fence. That has taken us some time and effort as we've worked through with the Livestock Association and Game and Fish, but we do have our policy in place and we have our standards in place. We have a document that can be signed by the leasee and the landowner to ensure that they're comfortable with the change to a 42-inch fence. That schematic shows there the two different options that we have drafted. So we know that everybody's on the same page on the type of fence that we will be building alongside of the right-of-way. So we have that in place and available for use now.
Chairman Eklund.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So it's been determined that deer would not jump a 42-inch fence? Or because I'm envisioning how high I've seen deer jump. They about go over some tall game fences.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Eklund, that's a good question. And we spent a lot of time really researching. There is a belief and a feeling that a 42-inch fence is more conducive to wildlife crossing and safe crossage by deer than a 45-inch fence, which was our standard and continues to be our standard. This will be an option. But as you research, there is really no information out there to tell you that a 42 is better than a 45 for wildlife and vice versa, that a 42 is worse for livestock than a 45. The data is just not out there. So we've just opened this up to provide it as an option.
Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carlson, the 16-inch bottom versus the 10-inch, is the 16th-inch more for antelope areas or just answer?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the 16-inch is to allow animals to go underneath, and typically it's antelope. If we look at the 10-inch gap, they can get under that too, not as easily, but better for cattle to have that lower wire there. So 16 inches to allow them to go easily underneath. And that is a smooth wire that you will see there on the bottom instead of a barbed wire.
Senator Anderson.
The 16-inch allow our domestic sheep to get through also. And the other question is there going to be an ag exemption to this?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, 16-inch gap will not work for sheep. Even that 10 inch is probably going to be difficult for sheep. And that's why we require whoever the leasee is has to sign to use this different style fence. I do not envision that we would use this fence in areas where they are running sheep. It just will not contain them.
Other questions? Do you have anything left for us, Ms. Carlson?
All right, Mr. Chairman, Wyoming 28, this is between Farson and Lander. There is a migratory route there for antelope as they're moving through. It also has a lot of deer moving through that area. So there's been a great cooperative effort with a number of stakeholders up there. The antelope were getting trapped on one side or the other of the fence and could not get through. And so this cooperative effort, and you can see the number of groups that were there, Sublette County, Muley Fanatics, Greater Yellowstone Coalition, Wyoming Wildlife Federation, a number of groups worked with the Wyoming Game and Fish and WYDOT to go in there and make some modifications to that fence on both sides to allow those antelope to move more freely through there. Here you can see a photo of the work that's been done. You can see we've put in double fences here, or double gates. So here's a 16-foot gate. There's also a 16-foot gate right here. So as the migration begins, we can open these gates up, swing them back, and there'll be a 32-foot opening. In conjunction with that, we're in the process of taking the bottom wire here and raising it up to 20 inches to allow them to go underneath if the gates are not open yet when they get there. And so, you know, I think they had a work day there. Everybody showed up. They worked together on making those changes to the fence. They got all the gates in. They're still in the process, is my understanding, of raising up that bottom wire. But great cooperative effort to try to get those antelope moved through that area. And this has been an area of concern for quite some time.
Ms. Carlson, is this the Game and Fish and you footing the bill, or is this private donations footing the bill?
Donations that have come in from private stakeholders.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, I think I am going to, if there's no more questions regarding actual physical update work we've done, I would like to turn it over to John Davis to really talk about policy level, funding levels, the different programs that are out there that are available for funding wildlife crossings.
Yeah,
Before we, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before we move on, and I probably just missed it, so I apologize. We got on this subject of 42-inch fences while we're on wildlife crossings. Where are these fences being proposed? Are they down highway right-of-ways or state highway right-of-ways or what? I'm lost. They don't sound like they have much to do with the wildlife, actually.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Eklund, these are proposed for highway right-of-way fences. We will look at them on a case-by-case project as we're going through on a project. The Game and Fish is present at our State Transportation Improvement Program meetings. They know where we're getting ready to work, and then we collaborate on those jobs to determine if there's opportunities for changing the right-of-way fence to accommodate this 42-inch fence. And so then we work together. They go out and get signatures, talk with landowners, and then we'll make that accommodation in our roadway design. If we want to do something like was done on 28, that just becomes a collaborative effort to say, hey, let's work together and figure out how we can change this fence sooner rather than later and before we have a highway project designated in that area.
Representative McGuire.
Chairman, and I'd like to applaud your collaborative efforts, and it just seems that we could take it a little bit further insofar as we're trying to work with a minimum number of funds. And I'm thinking, for example, there's a road outside of KC that Senator Anderson's been on a zillion times. There's a bridge that was built over a swampy area, and in the spring, when the water's up, the deer don't use it. But now, when it's dried out, they go under it all the time. And it just seems that for a small amount of money, with some common sense, working with the Game and Fish and identifying these areas, we could go in and put a path that would remain dry year-round and encourage the deer to use that, maybe put some appropriate fencing around it, and then have that problem at least solved for now, as opposed to waiting for millions and millions of dollars. And it just seems like we could work, or I would encourage you to work more closely with the Game and Fish and try and find these areas and work with people, because unfortunately it takes a long time to get the money to do these massive overpasses or underpasses. So I would end that with, wouldn't you agree? And thank you for what you are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have identified 243 sites, so I don't know if this particular site is on that list, and my guess is that it probably is. And we have kind of looked at short-term and then long-term solutions. So that would include, short-term, is there something we can do to help those animals get under that bridge that we can still do and not hydraulically impact that structure's ability to handle water? And sometimes we can and sometimes we can't. It sounds like in this case we probably could. So absolutely, we'd like to look at those things and work together to resolve those issues.
Representative Crank?
Yeah, Shelby, a question on your messaging. How's that being paid for? Just out of your general funding, or is it coming through the special account setup, or where's that money coming from, or how do you get to it?
Mr. Chairman, that is just our normal funding. We're doing messaging out for projects, wildlife, highway safety all the time. And so it would just come through our normal regular channels depending on what we're messaging, but we're just using the existing funds that we're using for education and messaging to the public.
Representative Blake?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Carlson, on the stakeholders, I noticed nothing from the BLM. Now, do they have any input on the fencing between Farson and South Pass, or 'cause that's a lot of BLM out there? I just wondered if they were concerned or were helping or what.
Mr. Chairman, I did not get the BLM as one of the parties here. My guess is they were involved heavily, since there's a lot of BLM land out there. So I don't know specifically on this project. I can tell you from some of my history, we had a similar issue on 14, 16, 20 up between Cody and Grable, and it was BLM that came in. Again, that fence was trapping antelope that were trying to move for winter movement, and we worked with the BLM and Game and Fish and YDOT. Those were the three groups to cooperatively come up with some funding. They helped buy the materials, and then we did most of the work to change that fence. So I'm sure they were included, and might have been an oversight that we didn't get them on the list.
Other questions, committee? Seeing none. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Shelby. Good morning, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Co-Chair members of the committee. My name is John Davis. I'm the Management Services Manager at YDOT. Thank you for the opportunity to come this morning and discuss some of the federal options we have for funding crossings. The primary takeaway that I would try to provide for you today is the fact that the extra dollars that are currently available are extremely competitive, and the core dollars that we have to fund the crossings have to compete with our other all our other activities. So a couple of current eligibilities under the FAST Act, which will expire at the end of next year. The BUILD grant, and you've heard at length about the fact that we've submitted the application for Dry Piney Creek between Big Piney and LaBarge. We expect to hear about that in the coming months, perhaps in October. And what I would like to tell you about that is that the competition for BUILD grants is extremely intense. The pot ranges from year to year to $500 million to $1 billion. The amount of dollars applied for is typically in the $9 billion range. So that's an oversubscription of 9 times, or $9 asked for every dollar available. So that gives you some idea how competitive that is. The second opportunity is with the infra grants. Now these are freight-based,
And we can use them for wildlife crash mitigations, but this must be along key freight routes. And as Wyoming citizens, you know that our key freight route is Interstate 80. So we're primarily looking at something on Interstate 80. This would be useful for our Halleck Ridge overpasses that we want to do, where we're trying to restore some severed connectivity along that route. Again, extremely intense competition. I don't know about the oversubscription, but I know it's pretty substantial in this pot as well. So on the next slide, now these are eligibilities. So these are projects that would have to compete with other projects in these categories, but they would be from formula-based dollars. The Federal Lands Transportation Programs has a couple of options. The first, the Federal Lands Transportation Program, is for projects within federal lands, and these funds are controlled by federal land management agencies that own and maintain the land. So this would be through the U.S. Forest Service or the BLM or whoever that managing agency is, and they control those funds. They do look at crossings occasionally, but that's outside of our control. The second option, the FLAP program, is for roads that are in or servicing federal lands. These projects are selected by a program decisions committee that includes local government and whiteout representatives. And this is an opportunity that we have to construct crossings occasionally and other habitat mitigation. We've done so in the past, and we will continue to do so, provided that whatever reauthorization bill is finally signed into law contains that eligibility, but it's a long-standing program. So we think that it'll survive in some form. And right now, we're obligated, we have the projects picked through the reauthorization period. So we're not able to use any additional funds there right now. The transportation alternatives pot is pass-through funds for local governments. You may be, if you have a pathway in your community and it was federally funded, it's very likely that this was the pot that came from. There's an advisory committee with diverse representation that picks the projects, and we would certainly, if a local government wanted to do some habitat mitigation, we would certainly be happy to entertain that, and then the committee would decide on that project. Then on the next slide, the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. This is one of our formula core programs. It's about 30% of our federal apportioned dollars. Projects can include activities to reduce animal-caused wildlife mortality or to restore and maintain connectivity among terrestrial or aquatic habitats. So we can use this either for the large ungulates down to fish if we want to do fish passages. However, these are our most versatile dollars. We can use them on more roads in the state than any other category. So these projects have to compete with all our other projects for those roads, and the funding is fairly limited. The Highway Safety Improvement Program. Projects include adding or retrofitting structures or other measures to eliminate or reduce crashes involving vehicles and wildlife. The important thing to remember about this pot, in addition to the fact that the funding is limited, is these funds function from the human behavioral perspective. So we're looking at how to reduce crashes. It's not based on where the animals need to cross. It's based on the crash rates and statistics and severity. So, and then as part of that program, we also have to use a benefit cost analysis to rank projects, and wildlife crossings and mitigation do fairly well, but again, that's just one portion of the projects that we would try to fund with these funds. So, next slide. Mr. Rapp told us a little bit about the America's Transportation Infrastructure Act of 2019. It's the ATIA, or ATIA. We're not sure exactly how that's going to shake out. It sounds a little bit like a new pasta or pizza dish, maybe. But that said, we certainly want to express our profound thanks to the chairman and the committee staff and the committee members on the EPW committee for pushing that bill through this summer. I don't know if you had followed this at all, but it was almost like the home run that looks like it's going to go foul. They got the ball over the fence. So it was no, 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 they can't do it. No, yes, they did it. So we're extremely pleased to have a bill. Mr. Rapp indicated some of the we will get additional possibility for discretionary funds and some additional eligibility. The rules probably won't be terribly different from what we're looking at today with the FAST Act, but it's going to expand the horizons. In response to Representative McGuire, we will take full advantage of whatever additional funds are provided or allowed to us for crossings under the new bill. Just a reminder, though, and still have to get this bill through the entire Senate, and it will have to be conferenced with the product that comes out of the House and then signed by the President. So we almost have a year to get that done. So we're probably in pretty good shape. But
you're being optimistic.
Yes. Well, based on Chairman Barrasso's success this spring, I think there's reason for optimism. So thank you. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Questions? Yes, Senator Anderson.
These overpasses, it didn't strike me before that they could be out there hunting and the prey goes across the bridge. Are they able to accommodate the vehicles that would follow the tribe?
Senator Anderson, that's an extremely interesting question and one that we're just starting to get into. Most of the crossings will probably bear the weight of an ATV. The crossings are designed to hold up under large ungulates, moose and grizzly bears and whatnot, so they're fairly robust. Some states have seen either predators or hunters that like to hang out at either end of these. And in Wyoming, I don't think we've seen that yet. It's a possibility. We really don't have a mechanism to deal with that other than it violates the spirit of hunting. And as far as the predators, they're facing so many pressures that they tend not to just hang out around these structures. But that's a good point.
Further questions from the committee? Director, you have something?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to add one other good piece of news on terms of funding, and Mr. Davis doesn't even know this because it was announced 2 days ago by Secretary Chow, and I just share it with you because it's good news for us here in the state of Wyoming. What she announced was called the Routes Initiative, ROUTES, and that stands for Rural Opportunities to Use Transportation for Economic Success. And here's just a couple talking points on it. Thank you. Is one, it's good for our nation's economy, and so she was up in front of. So this was just at the AASHTO meeting that we were just at 2 days ago, which is the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. But really, her message was this: Hey, listen, rural transportation networks are critically important for domestic production and export of ag, mining, and energy commodities. And her comment was, we have just focused on, at the federal level, of funding urban roads, and it's time for us to remember that rural America matters, because that's where our food might even come from. And so 2/3 of rail freight originates in rural areas. Nearly half of all truck miles travel in rural roads, and so you'll see a lot of probably discussion of that coming down the road. The other issue, just here's some interesting stats that came up. Nearly 1/5 of the nation's population lives in rural areas. So what, 20%? 46% of our nation's fatalities occur on rural roads. All right, so there seems like there is a disconnect there, right? And then here's another interesting fact, 44% of personal vehicle miles traveled on rural roads are actually urban residents out in the rural areas. So I just share with you, Mr. Davis did a great job of sort of reviewing funding sources that we have. And now there's no funding tied to this, but the initiative from the U.S. Secretary of Transportation is to use the funding sources that are out there and sort of put it through what they're calling a routes council to perhaps reprioritize where some of this money goes. And I think that's good news for all of us in here.
Seeing none. Committee, any questions? What I'd like to do is go through 0035, 36, and 30038. Yes.
Public comment?
Well, I'll have public comment after this on the public crossings. What I'd like to do is have the committee discuss these three bills. Heather will present to us as far as what the changes are. We'll go through these three bills, then we'll have public comment, and then we'll take each bill and vote on it as a committee. Okay? So, Ms. Jarvis on 0035, would you tell us the differences and changes you've made?
Mr. Chairman, you recall that all three of these bills the committee looked at the last meeting, but that was the committee's direction to really examine the titles and see to it that the titles and any other aspects made it so that the bills were compatible with one another should they need to be combined or amended into one another during session, depending on how the committee chose to work with it. So this first bill, draft 20 LSO 0035, you want to know what changes, okay.
On page 2, you have the markup, the language you've inserted, the markup language.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I am not, they've gone through a different review to double check things, so I'm just seeing what all has changed as far as, I'll just go to this version of the bill and point out what it does. 'Cause you said that there's a red markup somewhere?
Yeah, there's on mine, on the website, there is a markup that says starting on line 7, the department may include on draft 35.
Oh, you just, the regular bill?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. I thought you were asking for what had changed since last meeting when the committee looked at them.
What you've done to these bills.
Okay, so we'll just with the bill. Thank you. Okay, so what this bill does is it goes into Title 31, the transportation statute, into the wildlife conservation license plate section that creates the wildlife conservation account. And as you just pointed out on page 2, it specifies that the department may include, first of all, as part of the application for these license plates, that people can give an additional voluntary amount for wildlife crossings for transportation purposes. And so that's what this first section does, is to add that into the application. The next section, but that's just the application for the license plates, which are already out there. The next section, subsection B, this is what opens the account itself up to just completely specify to make sure that other funds can be input into the account, funds that aren't just from the license plates. So for example, on page 3, paragraph 1, it says that oh, sorry, that's the appropriation part. That's just how the account is administered. But it's actually paragraph 2 that indicates that beyond the license plates, which is how this account was begun or was established, that the Department of Transportation can input other monies that come from donations or that may come from the voluntary contribution that was on the page 2, or wherever the other monies were, that they can be input into this account. That's paragraphs 2 and 3. Actually, paragraph 2 was saying that the department can do it. It can actually go look for these donations, and that paragraph 3 is saying that they can go into the account. And then paragraph 4 is simply for the state treasurer, as far as if any, depending on how the monies come in, if money comes in the form of requiring it to be a condition or restriction, that the state treasurer needs to only use the investment from the funds, only use funds from the proceeds of an investment. That's what the paragraph 4 is. So it's addressing all different types of money, however they might come in, to let the account be able to be used then for the wildlife crossings, or for, it's specifically worded as wildlife in support of
Conservation efforts.
the terminology is wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system. That's what this bill is.
So, Ms. Jarvis, we don't have any minimum amount, so they can't spend $50 to create a sign and hang the sign up. They don't have to let that fund build up to $1 million before they can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, no, there's not that sort of a restriction on the account. The restriction is that for wildlife is the conservation efforts related to the transportation system. There is a description of of what they mean by that, and that is, I'm just looking for it.
Well,
here we go. On page 3, paragraph 1. Funds in the wildlife account are continuously appropriated to the department and shall only be used to provide for wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system, including signage, wildlife corridors, wildlife crossings, and game fences. So it specifies that the restrictions on what type, rather than a minimum or maximum amount.
Okay. Questions of the committee? Yes, Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, on page 4, line 21, it says the state treasurer shall invest any money received under this paragraph in accordance with law, and the interest received thereon shall be deposited in the wildlife conservation account. So is the money going to the state treasurer to invest, and then any interest made is what will be expended into wildlife projects, or no?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, paragraph 4 is for the perhaps limited situation where a donation is given. If you look at line 18, line 19, if a donation is given that contains a condition or restriction that the income only therefrom be expended for the purposes provided. So it's only, oh, I see a thumbs up, so got it, okay.
All right, you understand?
The railroader understands now, sir. Thank you.
We had to beat it in with a 16-pounder, didn't we? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question on page 3. under Romanet I, where it says, line 8 shall only be used to provide for wildlife conservation efforts and on. Would that provision allow for maintenance as well? Because I think we need to look at that going forward. Could you answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, I believe that, I'm not trying to interpret it here or how it would look, but the terminology is focused on the wildlife system, and it doesn't only say initial building of them. So it's the wildlife efforts that are required and related to it. So it ought to be. It seems so, and that's existing language too from the license plates, even as they were created. So I believe that has the flexibility to be applied as needed.
You have your answer? Okay, thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, you want to move on to, we'll go on to 30, whatever the next one is, 36. And the changes on 36 are?
Mr. Chairman, 20 LSO-0036 focuses on to provide voluntary donations also, and it focuses on donations from those using the outdoors and the highways and things. So, for example, on page 2, and when I say focuses on, meaning that when those users go and purchase some sort of a permit or a use, have a use requirement where they need to go through an application process, this then adds the option, this whole bill adds the option to their application that to ask, would you like to also give money for transportation purposes, or sorry, wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system. So on page 2, that is in Title 23, which is the game and fish statutes. And in the, that's adding the option, not any sort of requirement, but the option to a tag, actually both 23-2-101 and 23-2-201. It's adding the option to the application to give a donation for the system. And then it tells how it should be distributed. That's what the rest of the words are saying here, which is that if a donation comes in, the department needs to have it on the application, and in that case, it's the Department of Game and Fish needs to have it on the application, and then if money comes in, the state treasurer shall credit it to that wildlife conservation account, the one we just discussed. Then on page 3, also still in the Game and Fish statutes, folks have the opportunity to purchase a conservation stamp, and this adds to that conservation stamp the same thing where the idea of a voluntary possible donation for the wildlife conservation account. Moving to Title 24, this was a title that had the Department of well, Title 24 is the highways title, so that's is one of WYDOT's titles, or focused on transportation. But this one talked about travel centers, and there was an existing statute that allowed for kiosks of sort in travel centers, and the idea of allowing for voluntary donations for people stopping by travel centers to give to the transportation, to give for wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system. And then also in Title 31, on in this actual wildlife conservation license plates, there is a subsection at the bottom of page 5, subsection B, that specifies that these monies in this particular bill could be input into the account. And that's because these bills are in fact still separate, just in case, for example, the bill we just looked at, Title 30, or LSO 35, in case that doesn't pass, this is just a quick one-liner in the conservation wildlife conservation account, to say that these funds can go into it. So it's just making sure that they can go in case all these the bills don't pass altogether. And then on page 6, this also, this goes into the state park statutes to say that when someone is buying their state park pass, they have this option on the application to donate. That is that bill.
Questions of the committee? Senator Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on page 5, where lines 5 through 7, I guess to me something's missing there. So the Department of Transportation, in consultation with the Commission, shall establish at one or more travel center facilities. You had mentioned it doesn't say what it's going to establish at one of these travel facilities. So it's a method to accept donations, or something's missing in that sentence, I think.
I think,
Am I reading
well, it
wrong?
uses, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, facilities is the broad general term depending on what the department sees fit or is feasible to produce. So they shall establish at one or more travel center. And facilities is separate from that. So they shall establish facilities at a travel center to accept that.
A facility at the travel, well, then it needs to be travel centers, one or more travel centers. Okay, because I was reading it, travel center facility as the building.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Senator Pappas. That's
okay, I understand now what you're...
Seems as though that would be a good amendment should someone wish to make that.
Well, Senator Pappas probably has that in his back pocket, and we'll take that under consideration. So other questions of the committee? On 36, we'll go to 38 at this point.
Mr. Chairman.
And 38, can you explain the changes on that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 20 LSO 38 is a bill to provide for voluntary donations for wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system. And the ones that this bill provides are for a person's driver's license and registration to have the option voluntary, but for the department to put the option on to those applications, similar to the one that you see for organ donation, to be able to donate to the system, or to donate to wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system. So on page 2, at 31-2-225, that is the vehicle registration section, and it's saying that one of the things on the application needs to provide this option. And then at the bottom of page 2, it is specifying that the fees collected under this voluntary section, it tells where they should go, which is to that wildlife conservation account that we discussed. On page 3, now we are at the registration fees. This is providing for the people who, this is also, I'm sorry, page 2 is an application for your registration, and 31.3 is another application, and I apologize with the context of the statutes around it, and it's to put it on the onto the application form to put the same option. And 31.7, which starts at the bottom of page 3 but goes on to page 4, tells where those revenues should go, and that the option needs to be there again on the application. So that's for your registration fees and your driver's licenses. That's what the difference was. That's where I got confused.
So
that's what those are.
So you're let's talk logistics here, how they would do it. would they just put a line that says, do you want to donate, and then have a checkbox below it that would say, for this, for that, whatever? Or would it say, would it have its own line besides the organ donor? Would it have its own line that would say, for the wildlife fund, do you want to donate to the wildlife fund? For
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that the organ donation is a checkbox. But see, that's just a yes/no binary response. I think, I don't want to dictate to the department, but it's quite possible that maybe it would be a checkbox and a line for, yes, I'd like to donate $5, so I could fill in the amount. They may, however, maybe it'll be, would you like to donate, to keep it a binary option, maybe they would say, would you like to donate $1 to this? And then it's yes or no, whether it's $1 or $2 or whatever. So there are options.
Are the only things we donate to are, organs and now the conservation? Is that the only thing on license registration forms? I don't know. I haven't done that in a while.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there's also the bracelet. That's an option that you can check when you're getting your licenses. I believe there's also search and rescue. And Mr. Chairman, it looks like to your right, there might be other people remembering other donations.
We do have Taylor here, Taylor Rossetti. Where is he? I did see him earlier. Yeah, there he is. Could you come up and describe what would be on that registration form? Is it? I have no idea.
Good morning. Morning, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services, YDOT. Mr. Chairman, the way you describe it is kind of how we envision it. You just put another line on the application. Would you like to donate to wildlife? And then they just put the dollar amount in there. It is very similar to the way you can donate cash to organ donation people when you register a vehicle. It's the same thing. You can specify the dollar amount on that application. It'd be the same way here for the registration, and I would envision a similar process for the driver's license one and that other bill.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, our table has come up with some interesting questions. Do these bills allow us to accept gold and silver and other valuables and foreign currency? There's Mexican peso and the Canadian money, and also crypto. Apparently we're going to be the crypto kings in Wyoming, so we should be able to accept crypto too, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, table to the chairman's right, legislators. If the option that a department, whether it's the Department of Transportation or the Department of State Parks or the Department of Game and Fish, if the option specifies a dollar amount, as would you like to donate $2 to wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system, then that may be more limited. However, if it's a blank that a person can fill in, or if it's some sort of facility to accept donations, then it seems possible that other forms might be accepted.
And Senator Anderson, if I remember correctly, the state treasurer is only dealing in U.S. dollars. So you would have to convert the pesos or whatever to U.S. dollars before you could put it in there. So that's my understanding anyway. Yes, Representative Crank.
Mr. Chairman, Heather, is there anything in any of this packet of bills that has to go with if I'm registering my snow machine or my ATV that I have a checkbox also?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Crank, sorry, Representative Crank, that is a fantastic question, and I think that is an omission that I realized, that I had not put in snowmobiles or ATVs, and had discussed that with the chairman, who may or may not have chosen to look at an amendment, but that certainly is an omission on my part, and it would fit in these.
So, Ms. Jarvis, I really think that we do need a motion up here to include the statutes that you need to deal with. We can do that right at this moment, or we could wait until after public comment. But we would I think we can actually amend this. Well, no, we're not going to do any action on these bills. We're going to listen to public comment, then we're going to take each bill individually. So that should, but at that time, we will do the conceptual amendment for Wyoming statutes 31, 21, and 31, those titles. So we'll take those in at that time. Okay. Yes. Oh, Mr. Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's covered there, page 2, line 5, application for registration of vehicles. But my question is, this would all be handled at your local county treasurers, similar to the Oregon donation? They would send the money to the state?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is the case. Representative Blake, yes, that is the case for this particular bill. Whatever mechanism in any of these applications is already followed for collecting and disseminating the money is how this money would go as well. It's just when it's disseminated, it would go to that wildlife conservation account. So if it comes in through the treasurer, then it would go, or sorry, through the state clerk or treasurer, it would go there.
Representative Blake, you also mentioned that we had covered the four-wheelers and the snowmobiles, and where did you see this?
Oh, I was just looking on page 2 of draft 38. It says application for registration of vehicles. And I believe the definition of vehicles in Wyoming is motorcycles, ATVs, everything. Mr. Rossetti might be able to change my mind on that for sure.
Yeah, because it has Senator Representative Blake. It has its own section for registering ATVs and
yeah, I know.
So that's what we need to include in here. Mr. Rossetti.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, there's a difference between your ATV registration and actually plating the ATV. What's covered here is the plating of an ATV, like registering it down at the county and putting a license plate on it. I believe that the statutes that they're mentioning here are more of the off-road vehicle registration that you do for an ATV or a snow machine. So that is not, I don't believe, covered here.
So any other questions from the committee? If not, we'll go to public testimony and then we'll come back to each individual bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Representative Overmueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At some point, somebody is going to say, what is the cost of adding these questions to the forms and all the administrative aspects of that? Has that been looked at in terms of what difficulty there is to adding these questions to any of these applications?
Mr. Chairman, Obermueller, that will be looked at should the committee sponsor these bills and send them through the fiscal note process. However, these are existing applications. There's no being created. There's no new application being created, but it would have some sort of a change. I don't know what
Mr. Rossetti,
Mr. Rossetti can say that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermueller, we haven't done a detailed analysis, but the other component that we'd have to really ask here is the folks at the county. The vehicle registration is largely handled there, so the time and effort question would really be better referenced by them. On the driver's license side, we have looked at it, the additional question there. It'd be nominal. It might slow a transaction time down just a hair, just to make sure that every question is answered, but it doesn't appear to be something that would be a deal breaker or cost prohibitive at this time.
Representative Overmueller? Okay, you got your answer. Other questions from the committee?
I guess maybe I better ask him.
Yep.
Mr. Rossetti, I guess I'd have to should ask this before we try to form an amendment for these other vehicles. A four-wheeler for instance, or a quad or an ATV, those can be licensed. We've got some on our ranch. Those can be licensed and used on the roadway. Those would be covered under the bill. And there are other ones that go on your property tax form, and you pay taxes to the county through that personal or business tax or whatever you want to call it, but it's a property tax. And it seems to me maybe the main way you might pick up funds in this would be at the time people would want to register the vehicle for use in national forests or state parks and whatnot, because that's another little sticker you get when you take your ATV. They're side-by-sides, whatever they are. So I'm not sure how we're going to address all of them in a lump, but we need to probably, I'm not sure we can do the property tax part, because that's up to the county. But the other ones, is that how you're envisioning this amendment to be? We need a little help on it.
Mr. Chairman, it does appear that the statutes that Ms. Jarvis has here are those off-road decals and the snow machine things, are decals that you'd be speaking of. Those are actually not through the Department of Transportation, so I don't have great familiarity with them, but that's what looks like is highlighted here is those off-road permits for a four-wheeler or an ATV that's not plated otherwise.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Representative Chairman Eklund, that's true. These are administered through the Department of State Parks. The decals in the statutes that for a conceptual amendment to app in the snowmobiles.
So, Ms. Jarvis, is this on the section 404, 409, and 703? Is that what these are the sticker part? These are not the plating, because that's already covered, registering of vehicles. This is for the off-road stickers from the Park Service.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That was a quick answer. Okay. Other questions? We'll open this up to public comment then. This is public comment on any of the 3 wildlife crossing bills that we have in front of us, and we welcome anybody that'd like to come up and speak on these. Please come up.
Thank you. I'm Jenny DeCero with Greater Yellowstone Coalition. And I just wanted to applaud you all for this work on this and diversifying, raising money towards wildlife crossings. We are passionate about this topic. So as pertaining to each of the bills, I don't have a lot to say. I'm really just going to emphasize that we're really supportive of the 35 and hope that that is a priority.
Ms. Tesoro, was it?
Yeah.
So we have 3 bills in front of us, and they basically say that people can donate. This doesn't mean that we're forcing anybody to donate. It doesn't mean we're raising fees on any of the registration. It'll be strictly up to those that want to donate, and we'll just leave it at that.
Right, and I think that's why I think 35 is most important, because it allows for the larger funds to come in versus the smaller dollars, which may not add up. And as was pointed out earlier, the fiscal notes on those haven't been articulated. But I do think that
the matching funds.
Having that just the account itself be opened is pretty powerful for the state to diversify on different levels.
Anybody have any questions from the committee on Ms. Tesoro? Thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Others that'd like to speak on wildlife crossings, we have 3 bills here. Going once, going twice. Public comment is closed. Back to the committee. Bill 35, I believe. Any amendments on Bill 35? Oh, yeah, we need to move the bill. We have a second. Move the bill in second. That'll be Blake and Crank, and do we have any amendments? Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, and the last page is page 5. Any amendments? Seeing none, don't all speak at once. Okay, we can bring this to a vote. You don't want to? Okay, question being called. Would you call roll, please? This is on 20 LSO 0035.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 13-0. LSO draft 0035 has passed the committee. Now we're on 0036. We going to move the bill? One or the other. It's Steinmetz, it's Newsom and Crank. And so on 36, is there any further discussion on 36? Amendments on page 1? Amendments on page 2? Amendments on page 3? Page 4? Page 5?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator?
Yes, page 5, line 7. Because right now I read our facility. I think we are intending
Centers, okay.
So, yeah, provide the facility to.
Okay.
Second.
Yep. Okay, on line 7, page 5, we'll add the S to, on page 5, line 7, center will now become plural centers. So you add the S on the end of the first word on line 7, center to centers.
Mr. Chairman, I guess a question before we go much further. Would you want a comma after that? So that it would read, or more travel centers, comma, facilities? I'm not sure.
Typically is a pause there. I don't think or would a comma there. So.
Okay, we'll leave it up to you. Doesn't read right to me.
You're batting 1,000. Representative Newsom.
What if we said, the Department of Transportation, in consultation with the Commission, shall establish facilities at one or more travel centers to accept donations?
Okay, so what is your amendment now on line 6?
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
So is it line 6, Mr. Representative Newsom?
Line 6, establish facilities at one or more travel centers to accept donations.
So on line 7, you just get rid of the word facilities?
Yes, and move the word facilities up to line 6 after establish.
Okay, so the new wording would read, the Department of Transportation in consultation with the commission shall establish facilities at one or more travel centers to accept donations to in support of wildlife. Is
Yes,
that what
Mr.
you have?
Chairman.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and a
Friendly
second.
amendment.
Friendly amendment.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I agree with that. It is making it mandatory for them to do that, right? Or it's not a shall, it's not a may, it's a shall.
Shall.
Yeah.
It's a shall.
All right.
So we have the Department of Transportation in consultation with the commission shall establish facilities at one or more travel centers to accept donations in support of wildlife conservation. Does everybody agree with that? That's what we are doing? Any other? Yes, Representative Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anything about the definition of facilities that would make this confusing? I guess I'm asking what the definition of facilities is in this context.
That's a good question. Senator Pappas?
Mr. Chairman, well, I had that word actually kind of confused me too, and that's why I said earlier that maybe the word should be methods, because there might not be in a facility, maybe just somebody collecting money. I don't know. So if you'd like to make another friendly amendment, maybe we should facilities out of there.
Friendly on the friendly on the friendly.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the term, it's obviously the committee's prerogative which term. I believe that facilities came from a similar statute where the state parks establishes facilities at their locations, or may establish or shall establish facilities to accept donations for something that was in their statutes. That's where the terminology came from, but it is a broad word. It doesn't specify whether the facilities are standing there so I can sign a book and say I want to donate, or whether facilities are a kiosk, as I was giving an example before. It's broad.
Further questions from the committee on that? So the facilities, yes. Senator Hutchings.
Mr. Chairman, I actually think it reads okay. The only question I would have on page 5, line 6 is maybe may establish at one or more travel center facilities to accept donations. It seems to read okay to me, so I think we're maybe changing more than we need to. That's just a suggestion.
Well, seeing facilities has been used before, we may leave that in. Do you understand Ms. Jarvis, do you understand what the motion is right now? Shall establish facilities on line 6, shall establish facilities at one or more centers to accept donation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand that. And to be clear, I wasn't trying to talk you out of another word. It just was saying where that may have come from.
Okay. Well, it must be defined somewhere in statute if you stole it from the Parks Department. We always know they're exactly right. So, anyway, that's the motion on the floor, is to change line 6 with shall establish facilities at one or more travel centers and pluralizing center to centers. Do I have we don't need a roll call on this. So all in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that amendment passed. So you'll have shall establish facilities will be the change. And centers, and pluralizing centers to centers. Other amendments on page 5, page 6? And would you call the roll? Question hasn't been called.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it is passed 13-0, 36, was that 36 or 36? 36. We're now on 20 LSO 0038 working draft. This is the one we had the question about putting in the, so, all right, you want to make that a motion?
Mr. Chairman, and I think I'll leave it up to the LSO to insert this. It's a conceptual amendment to insert a new subsection into WS 31-202 31-2-404. 31, I'll give you this back in a minute, Heather. 31-2-409.
Is it 31 or 21?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's 31.
It's been changed to 31, yeah. So that was another minor change, I think. Major change. And 31-2-703 plus conforming amendments if they're, and I'm not sure where you would put it in the bill, but we'll leave that up to you so it brings in the other people that might be interested in making donations.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second. Okay, so Ms. Jarvis, would you explain what those sections do?
Mr. Chairman, Wyoming statutes 31-2-404, 31-2-409, and 31-2-703, the ones in the 400 article, or the Article 4, are snowmobiles, and the 703 is ATVs, although they're called off-road vehicles. There's the proper definition. These are the statutes that provide for, in the instance of snowmobiles, they provide for the registration and decal, and in the instance of off-road vehicles, provide for the decal that is required for their operations annually. And so my understanding of this amendment is that it would add to those applications the same option for people who wish to donate to support wildlife conservation efforts related to the transportation system. And conforming amendments would be to put it, for example, on page 3, where in the conservation account it said that money's collected from somewhere, it would insert those sections. And if there's other conforming sections that refer to the application, that they would be conforming items that would also be inserted.
Questions? Ms. Jarvis, you got it? What it does? Representative Blake?
So my mind is pretty mixed up right now as per normal. This only applies to ATVs, snowmobiles, and not if I go license my regular truck or car?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, the bill itself already includes your car, your regular car. Those two types of vehicles were omitted from I omitted them from the bill just by lack of having caught them.
Representative Blake?
So if I do the additional donation on my ATV, I'm not going to get a wildlife conservation plate. I am just donating money to the account. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. Senator Representative Blake.
Okay. Your
second follow-up?
I don't know. Your mind's already kind of messed up at the moment. So go for it. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a lot of people tell me when I ran that conservation license plate bill that they wanted to get a conservation plate and donate, but they did not want to give up their low county number. So unless they get a conservation plate the other way, So if I go license my regular car, but I want to keep my other plate, I cannot donate to this account, or I can?
Yes, you can.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of the Representative Blake, my understanding of the wildlife conservation license plates, the way they work is that there continues to be an annual donation, so, or an annual fee to keep your license plate. And I believe YDOT will correct me if this is incorrect, but at the time of that fee, you would go in, you would have that option on your application to, your renewal application to donate. And I believe in bill number 35, it might even have the section in there. Yes, Mr. Chairman, on 30, the bill that's 20 LSO-35, at the, near the bottom of page 2, it's in that subsection A, when it talks about the annual fee, and that the person may submit a voluntary additional donation. So they can keep their plates.
Yes. Do you understand this now? Okay. Senator, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, if I could use Representative Blake, if I could use a real life example of what I might do. If I had a conservation, one of these wildlife plates on my car presently, and I wanted to go fishing to the mountains, and I have an ATV that is titled and plated, so I pay for a license plate with it. I can donate, before I go to the mountains, I can donate to that plate as well without it being a wildlife plate. And then I'm going to go to the mountains and I'll get a little sticker that says it's okay to run on the roads in the mountains. I've got a third chance, a second chance on the ATV, but a third chance to donate to it. So we're trying to just cover all of the options and possibilities people might have, because I presently don't have a wildlife plate, but may want one in the future. But I could do, we're trying to fill all of these possibilities for people. Is that clear as mud yet?
No, I doubt the railroader can understand this. We'll take a 16-pounder here shortly. You got it.
So I guess my question is, this 38 only covers ATVs and off-roaders?
Permits.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blake, no, the amendment that was that Chairman Eklund proposed only covers snowmobiles and off-road vehicles, ATV type things. The bill itself, to which he proposed the amendment, is what has the requirement to the department to add to your driver's license application and to your vehicle license plates registration application, the option to donate.
Got it. Representative Blake?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I want to go up, I have a conservation plate on one car, but my other car, when I go in and renew it next month, it's 4 County 4241. I can just go in and, if this bill passes in the future, then I can go in and say, I still want my old plate number, but I want to give $50 more to the conservation plate. I can do that with my car or truck. Right.
Mr. Chairman,
exactly.
Yes, Representative Blake.
The scary part is we allow you to drive.
And we heard here he's giving $50.
Without training wheels. Mr. Rossetti, do you have anything to add to this? Perfect. Okay. Okay, we're I got to think where we are.
38. Mr. Chairman, we need to, the amendment has not yet been voted on.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, so we do have the amendment to be conceptually and conforming amendments through the bill.
I'm not even sure it was seconded.
404 and, or 2404. Is it 2404 both times?
404, 409, and 703.
It's 404, 409, and 703. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, those sections. And, yeah, we originally moved the bill. So we're doing conforming, or we're going to allow LSO to do conforming amendments and put those sections in. And so that is what we're voting on right now. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
My mistake, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure we did move, that you did move the bill.
Okay, so we have a Blake Hutchings in case we did not do that. So that's who moved the bill. We did vote on, we'll vote one more time. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, the amendment passed too. And so now we're back on the bill. Any other comments on the bill? No. Question on the bill. Oh, we have a comment now. I forgot about you.
Hard to miss. Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose an amendment on the bill.
Okay.
And I'm not sure exactly where is the appropriate place to stick it, maybe on page 3, line 8, but I think given some of the testimony that we've heard today about wildlife crossings and how effective they are, I think that given how WYDOT is going to put in 1.25 of their own, as is Game and Fish, I propose an appropriation amendment of matching $5 million appropriation for wildlife crossings.
So this would be matched by any or private donations or non-state money?
Yes, this would be matched by up to $5 million for private donations on a rolling match basis. So let's say whether someone writes a check for $100 or someone writes a check for $1 million, that it's to be matched on a rolling basis, not only when it gets up to $5 million.
So, and then they can also spend this money instantly?
I think that's part of the discussion if we want to put that in the amendment, if only has to be spread out over numerous wildlife crossing sites or can be devoted solely just to one. I think that should be at the discretion of both Game and Fish and WYDOT.
Okay, so your amendment is to put in $5 million to be matched by private non-state money donations.
Correct, and that the state will match it up to.
The state will match it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Representative Western, it seems as though this might be a good section of its own with the appropriate appropriations language. Question, would it? And then the fund, is that from the general fund?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it'll be section 2 as an appropriation and then renumber section 2 as section 3.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So this is the amendment, is $5 million state money, $5 million state money for non-state money match. That's basically what you
I think, Mr. Chairman, just to maybe add a little bit on kind of my reasoning, I think that given our testimony from Senator Barrasso's office, there's $250 million at stake here in terms of funding, and obviously that has to go through the full Senate, the House, and then make it to the President's desk. But assuming that it makes it in relatively intact, I think the onus is on us as a state, and clearly Game and Fish and WYDOT are taking this very seriously. I think we as the legislature can do everything we can to put ourselves in a position to get as much of that $250 million as we can. So that's kind of my high-level macro thinking on this amendment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one more clarification. And the money, the matching money, Mr. Representative Western, would be to go into that wildlife conservation account. That's your intent?
Right. So, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to obligating future funds for the state for matching funds. I think this is a good idea to have people be able to donate, but making matching funds out of state funds, a whole nother problem with whether that comes out of the Highway Commission or the general fund or where, but I'm opposed to this amendment.
So we would actually, my comments would be that we'd actually have to take the $5 million from general funds and or LSRA, wherever they choose, and set it aside. It would already have to be taken out of our funds.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would this be a one-time appropriation, or do you see it as an ongoing match into future years and a ask in future budgets?
No, it would be a one-time.
A one-time.
Yeah, one-time, $5 million to have to be set aside. Representative Beck?
Yeah, so I believe I'm opposed to it as well, and probably the main reason is I think it would jeopardize the whole bill. And appropriations could just strip it out and the bill would go back to where it is. But that creates a problem in my mind, and I, in the present climate we're in, it's really tough to get a dime out of appropriations. But that we've got two agencies willing to put 1.2 and 1.2 into this effort. I'm not sure it'd be necessarily inserted into this bill, but that's already some state money that would be used in the state. And throwing in another $5 million. Do you understand my reasoning here? We may be even jeopardizing all three bills because we've got three of them to take to a budget session, and I think we have to have a 2/3 majority on committee bills too, don't we, to introduce?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so might get a little more time to explain it. I can't remember the rules, but so that becomes a challenging problem, especially on the floor trying to I would give this one to you if we pass this $5 million deal. Okay, yeah, you'd try to sell it to the floor of the House.
Yes. Representative Laux.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I would just like to, I sure like the idea. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but we have support for the bill the way it is, and I do believe that I'll echo what Co-Chairman Eklund said, that this is a bill killer. Let's get 38 out, and we surely can, or you can run an individual bill also. So I'd ask for your no vote.
So this, Senator Hutchings, you want to speak on this?
Mr. Chairman, I have a friendly amendment to the First Amendment, not this one.
Okay, well, we'll have to.
I hope it's friendly.
So we have a $5 million private donations to be matched by private donations on the floor at the moment. Anybody else have any comments on this? Question being called. All in favor of the $5 million general funds to be matched by private donations, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Show of hands, please. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, please raise their hand. 2, 4, 6. It dies. So the $5 million donation goes away. And Senator Hutchings, you had something else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the First Amendment that Heather's going to work for us, I'd like to know if she could add motorcycles to that as well.
It says registration. Yeah, it does.
All right.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It does.
Yeah, they're already in.
I'm sure Tom will like to donate, yeah. Okay, so question having been called on 0038. Would you take the roll, please?
Aye. 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 Aye.
Aye. It passed 13-0 from the committee, and we are going to take it's 10:47. We're going to take a break till 11 o'clock, and then we'll do tribal employment rights ordinance presentation. So let's go on a break and be right back.
Carlson, Chief Engineer with Wyoming Department of Transportation. I'd like to start by just doing some introductions, if I could. So in the back of the room, I'd like to introduce Pete Halston. Pete Halston is a District 5. Randy Merritt's District Construction Engineer with District 5. And stand up. And Cody Beers, who's the Public Involvement Specialist, but he's also YDOT's Tribal Liaison out of District 5 in Riverton. So these folks are the ones that work with the tribes daily. You know, our boots on the ground, they're out on the reservation meeting with our folks out there that we partner with daily. And so I wanted to be sure they were recognized for the work that they do. I'm going to walk through a little history regarding some of the successes and working relationship work that we've done out there. I'm going to talk about the different specifications we have in place, both to work on the reservation and to work near the reservation. And then I'll talk a little bit about some of the redirection that we're looking at taking right now. And I would encourage you just to ask questions as we go, and we'll try to just move through this fairly quick. I know you have a report at the front of your packet. That's the report that was due at last year's session. It really, everything I'm going to cover in the presentation is, you know, there's nothing else in the report. So I'm just going to walk through the presentation for you. All right, so YDOT has a successful and collaborative work history with the Eastern Shoshone and the Northern Arapaho tribes out there on road projects, and I just limited it to July 1 of 2009 to June 30 of 2019 per the bill. We've put $157,219,618 worth of work out there in road projects on the reservation. We've held 3 safety summits. What I can tell you is they used to have one of the highest fatality rate, actually it was the highest fatality rate roadway in the state, but they do suffer with a lot of safety issues, traffic-related issues, as we do across the state. So we've partnered for 3 out there. They've out of the first safety summit, they actually updated their tri-bill traffic code, which was very updated. They have, they actually lowered their blood alcohol content to 0.05% in their tribal code, lower than we use of 0.05. Have a primary seatbelt law. They have increased law enforcement presence, and then there's been a lot of effort worked on towards cross-jurisdiction so that our Wyoming Highway Patrol can work out there on the reservation. We work the reservation for pedestrian and walkway plan.
Yeah, don't worry about the microphone. If
okay.
It's on you, just keep talking.
Okay. We work together with Wind River byway designation for the Wind River Canyon. We've worked with construction industry, workforce training and development, the CARO program, and in other ways. Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force. We are seated on that task force, our Wyoming Highway Patrol. We have Alert as well as Endangered Persons Alert out there and active on the reservation. I'll go to the next slide. To continue some of the successful work we've done out there, we have a Safe to Tell program initiated out there. We've also, we're just now kicking off year 12 of doing very focused safety campaigns on the reservation. And this is due to the higher crash rates and fatality rates that we saw on the reservation. This is the Buckle Up Tough Guy campaign. This is Sterling Black Bear. He's an enrolled Northern Arapaho tribal member, and it does have the Northern Arapaho language on the media campaign. We've also got some for the Eastern Shoshone with their native tongue. So really some very focused effort work on really trying to touch the community out there and really make an impact. This particular media campaign here has by far been the most popular. It was actually picked up by BIA and taken nationwide, the Buckle Up Tough Guy campaign. Really focused at, you know, those male drivers between the ages of 19 and 35. We really enjoy one of the most positive working relationships in the nation between a DOT and the tribes. And previously, Chief Engineer McComey and their Tribal Transportation Director, Mr. John Smith at that time, went national doing a lot of conferences on how to work together and try to address some of these safety issues revolving around Indian Reservation roads. So it's really a success story. I thought here I'd also mention, you know, some of the things that we have benefited from with this relationship that we have built. Two very clear examples. In the mid-2000s, we had a terrible crash out on the reservation. It killed 3 young individuals, but it was over that old truss bridge across the Big Wind River north of Ethity, between Ethity and Kinnear. That crash caused us to have to close that bridge immediately because it severed some fractured critical members. So we had to really move into emergency mode to get something back operational there. It's a very long detour around. You either got to go clear to Diversion Dam or down to Riverton to go around there. It was about a $3 million job. We actually had been working on the design, so we were positioned well to move forward. Big John Smith at that point in time went and got actually $1.2 million out of the Indian Reservation Roads bridge program to help us with that job, which is the maximum you can get out of the IRR road for a road that is not under tribal jurisdiction. So that was a huge help to us and our tight budget to get that project moving forward. In addition, 17 Mile Road was the road I mentioned earlier, had the highest fatal rate in the state, not by a little bit. I mean, it was like 6.2, and our state rate, it was like about a 3.0 at that point in time. We've been successfully pulling that down, but it was by far the most dangerous road we had in the state. So we were working on the design, trying to get that road improved. The tribes went out and got an $8.2 million Tiger grant for that project to bring to the table. They paid for about 50% of that job. So another $8.2 million that we were able to pull from our STIP that would have gone to that job that went to other projects. It was a great cooperative effort. They used their own forces to do a lot of that work. So a couple real success stories of us working together and their assistance to us from a funding standpoint as a result of that relationship. So I'd like to just talk a little bit about the history of TARO and how we have worked together. TARO stands for the Tribal Employment Rights Office on the reservation. We started in 2003 and developed 2 different special provisions to go into contracts. One of those is to work with the exterior, the Wind River Indian Reservation, and the other, the boundaries of the Wind River Indian Reservation. Agreement to employment preference and provisions were really the catalyst to starting the building of that relationship that I just mentioned. And it really helped us to move some very much needed highway and bridge projects forward on and around the reservation. We had roads and bridges that were in deteriorating condition, high critical crash rates, and there's a lot of pedestrian fatalities on the reservation. They walk a lot when they move around, and we had very narrow shoulders. There was lacks of pathways, and so we were having a lot of pedestrian fatalities because they were walking on the edge of the road. So as we talk about Title 10, and again, talking history here, and I'm just going to talk about our process when we're working within the exterior boundaries of the reservation. Title 10 is the Tribal Employment Right Code. So this is basically the law of the land when you're working on the reservation. So the purpose of this code is to assist in and require the fair employment of Indians on the Wind River Indian Reservation and to prevent discrimination against Indians in the employment practices of reservation employers. So again, it's a sovereign nation. When we're in their boundaries, they want tribal members to have preference, just like we want Wyoming workers working on Wyoming projects. The code references the exterior boundaries of the reservation. So when we talk about the exterior boundaries, that's the original 1886 boundaries that were put in place by the 1886 treaty, as they were reduced by the 1874 Lander Purchase and the 1897 Thermopolis Purchase. Those two pieces are out of those boundaries. Because the Tarot Code refers to the exterior boundaries at that point in time, that is what we used in our contract provisions, which is the exterior boundaries. So when we're talking...
Mr. Chairman, I'm confused with the exterior boundaries. I see that it includes Riverton, and I thought we had a court case that said it did not include Riverton in the reservation.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm talking history here. So this is 2003, before that court case. And so in reference to that court case, I'm going to talk here in the minute about our redirection based on that. So this is looking at the exterior boundaries as defined and used from 2003 to 2018. So we talk exterior boundaries, we're talking this red line that goes all the way around, and you're right, here sits Riverton. Here's what's known as the withdrawal area. And then, so you can see where this exterior boundary traverses around there. So if we were doing any project within this area, we put Tarot on that project. In working with the Federal Highway Administration, and I'll talk about a couple of these pieces of guidance here in a minute, but they were agreeable that based on the federal laws that were out there, that Tarot could be paid in this place, in this area. And so they were agreeable, and in many cases, they were the ones, Federal Highways, paying those fees.
Yes, Senator Representative Blake. Newsom, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carlson, the blue roads, are those YDOT roads, and the red roads, are they reservation roads, or are all the roads on this YDOT roads?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Newsom, the blue roads are our major arterial routes through in and near the reservation. You can also see this red line here. That is also state highway. This is state highway. So this is Gas Hills, Sandraw. So some of these are, the red ones are also state highways. Some of these are tribal roads and or county roads when you look at some of these others up here. So it's kind of a mix and match. Okay, moving on. So let's talk a little bit about Title 10 and the Tribal Employment Rights Code and what the requirements are put in place. There is an employment rights fee that is charged on projects of 2% of the contract value. That applies to the portion of a project that is within the exterior boundaries. Again, I'm talking historically how we have done that. So anything in those exterior boundaries, that 2% applied to. Some of the jobs that we do may be 50% in those exterior boundaries and 50% outside, in which case we would only pay 50%, 2% on 50% of the project. It is paid to the Tarot office by the prime contractor, and then the prime contractor seeks reimbursement from YDOT to cover that cost. The Tarot code also applies to both prime contractors and subcontractors. Both parties are required to have a business license to work on the reservation. That costs $100 a year, and they are required to put a compliance plan of operations in place and identify their core crew members. So core crew members are those folks that are really your They're your supervision, or they're your highly technical individuals. So that's your foreman, your superintendents, but it might be like your paver operator or your crusher operator, your trucking boss. Those types of individuals, they could stay with their core crew. And then the rest of those positions, labor, truck drivers, equipment operators, become open for Native workers that have the skill set to do that job. Taro code requires 50% Native worker requirement. Now, some of the things you'll run into that we would work with the tribes on is, especially if you get into electrical work, like a traffic signal job, they just don't have the expertise out there and the folks to bring to the table. And so they'll work with us on that 50% match because they just don't have the qualified workers. But when we're talking about equipment operators, truck drivers, flaggers, those types of things, they do have well-trained people out there to do those jobs. So that employment rights fee, it's used for a number of things. So here's a list of some of the things that it's used for. It's used to recruit qualified workers for projects. It's used to provide career development training. It's used to provide those workers personal protective equipment. They use it to maintain a skills bank out there. And it's also just used for the administrative costs and operating the Taro office. The other thing, Taro is really very good about trying to help and work with the employers as well to help them find workforce to staff those jobs. We talk about that Taro fee at 2%. Taro fees across the country range anywhere from 1% to 4%. The average is closer to 3%. So Taro fee value in Wyoming is lower than you would see a lot of other places.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, these Native workers at 50%, do they have to be enrolled members, or are they just any Native American?
They're enrolled members.
Oh, really?
The fee is paid at the beginning of the job. That's another thing to remember, is when that 2% fee is paid, it's paid right at the beginning before the work begins. So when we look at a project like that Ethity South project that's going on now, even though that's a 2-year job, that fee was paid a year ago, and it's all paid right up front. So if we look at the whiteout projects that have happened on the reservation, a total of 66 projects since July 1st of 2009, project total $157.2 million. Taro fees paid in that time, $2.4 million. Of that, federal funds is paid $1.9 million. State funds paid about $500,000. What we have to remember is that a lot of the work that we do might be state funds only, maintenance work. If we're out doing a crack seal project, we don't use any federal funds for that. So if we're doing that on roads within the reservation, it's 100% state funded project. So we're going to use state funds for that, or a crushing project. When we're crushing salt sand to get ready for winter season, those are maintenance jobs, and they're paid with state dollars. We're using and federal funds, leveraging those everywhere we can. So we're using Fed dollars if we can, and we're paying the Taro fee with Fed dollars when we can. Wyoming 132, Ethity South project, that really is about the last really big project we have to get done out there to improve safety on those Indian reservation roads that are under the state jurisdiction. It is a highway reconstruction. We're doing some realignment. There's some very tight curves out there. That road as well struggled with irrigation facilities right next to the road that were quite an obstacle to hit if you went off the highway. We're also putting some pedestrian and bike pathway in on that project to get from Ethity that heads down to their high school as well as down to elementary school. So we're getting some pathways put on there. That is through a TAP grant that the reservation applied for, and so those are federal funds that are going to them through that grant process, and then they're matching with their own tribal dollars. Project cost $14.6 million. It's about 7 miles long. Contractors High Country Construction. On the project, there's 42 tribal employees. They're well over 50% of the workforce on that project are tribal members. Of those 42, 18 of those were placed as TARO applicants. So there's tribal members that come in and get work through other means than just through the TARO office. So this is just a capture. You can see the number of projects we had each year, the amount, total cost of the project, then the amount that was paid in TARO, and whether it was paid with federal funds and or state funds. So now let's move in and let's talk about projects that are near the Wind River Indian Reservation. There was an amendment put into 23 USC 140, Section D was added in 1991. This states may implement a preference for employment of Indian on projects carried out under this title near Indian reservations. The Secretary shall cooperate with Indian tribal governments and the states to implement this subsection. In 1993, the Federal Highway Administration came out with some guidance on what that looks like. And so it states, in part, eligible projects for Indian preference consideration are those projects which are on Indian reservation roads. Those are roads within or providing access to an Indian reservation or other Indian lands as defined under the term Indian Reservation Roads in Section 101 of Title 23 USC and regulations issued pursuant thereto, or are not on Indian Reservation roads but are near the boundaries of reservations and other Indian lands. So let's talk first about roads within or providing access to. When you're talking providing access to, that is a road that they look at a 15-mile circumference and or, actually this would be an or, if that road ties into a state highway that is a collector or an arterial, that piece from there to the reservation boundary would be considered an Indian Reservation road. If it doesn't tie in, then the boundary is 15 miles within distance from the boundary. And then near is defined as within a reasonable commuting distance from the reservation. And the way we work that is we just go meet with our partners at the TARO office and talk with them. We talk with them about the location of the job. We talk about the scope of the work, and we just discuss, do they have qualified workers to put on that project that are well-trained and are ready to and can meet the qualifications of what we're looking for. And then is the project within a reasonable commuting distance? And if they feel they have both, then we will put employment preference on that project. So here we're not paying the 2% fee, we're just giving them preference for labor.
Yes, Senator Anderson. So can a contractor be rejected because he does not have 50% of the Native Americans?
No, we don't do that. What the project becomes awarded, they go out and start working with the TARO office. If they, within the specification, we give some guidance. If they cannot get 50%, then they meet with the TARO director. I mean, the TARO director knows that they're unable to provide 50%, and they'll work with them on that. In many cases, I think at points in time, and you got to realize these jobs are dynamic, so it's changing all the time, depending on what sub's working out there and what the scope of work is going on. But I think that East South has been as high as 90% tribal members, but it may be down to 60 now, depending on what type of work activity is ongoing. So they're good at working with the contractors. And we've got provisions in, should an employee fail to show up, they can go out to the TARO office and work with them on trying to get that person replaced or get that person back on the job. So we've put a lot of those measures in place to protect the risk to the contractor. And we got a contractor out there that's trying to deliver a job, at the same time trying to get tribal members to work. Okay, so I want to talk about kind of our strategic redirection, and you brought up the recent court case, and that's what has made us take another look at how we're handling taro and employment rights in and near the reservation. So pay the 2% employment rights fee within the 1939 boundaries when Congress directed the Secretary of the Interior to restore tribal ownership to any lands not sold north of the Big Wind River between 1905 and 1939. So in place of using the exterior boundaries. So this is a change to where we were previously. What I can say is this is more difficult than it sounds. So ongoing work. As we took the map that was developed by the AG's office, looking at the county GIS map, looking at the maps that we had previously, looking at the taro map, there's not a lot of correlation between any of them. And so we are working right now with all three entities to work on really getting those cleaned up and make sure that we have those right. And we know, and I'll point some of these out on the map here when we get to it, but some areas where we know by looking at the county records that there is a piece that's tribally owned that is not shown as being within the reservation. And so it's those types of things that we're trying to work through. As we do that, once we've got that map set, then we can start to identify exactly what the milepost is on the highway when we intersect those areas and those new boundaries that we're looking at in the withdrawal area. So these are the boundaries from the 1905 treaty when they removed the lands north of the Big Wind River. And so the Big Wind River flows right along here, comes down into Riverton, and then it heads on north up to Boyston and into Wind River Canyon. So that opened up all of these lands at that point in time. This is actually the map that our Wyoming Highway Patrol and the BIA have settled on, and this is the map that they use. Anything outside of the 1905 boundaries, Wyoming Highway Patrol can do jurisdiction on. Big pieces of that are affected is when we get up here into Wind River Canyon. That is reservation land. And also, we get out here to 170, which doesn't show on this map, but it comes into the reservation right up in this area. They can do jurisdiction on those roads. And the reason is the BIA is centered down here. That's where most of their work is. They just can't be really responsive to issues on the highway up in this area. So again, those are the 1905 boundaries. So I don't have a new map. As I just mentioned, we're really working on this new map and what it looks like. But here is what has historically been called the withdrawal area. As Senator Anderson mentioned, you can see that Riverton still shows in here. That's because it's the old map. And so we're working on really identifying right in this area what is no longer tribal lands and what is tribal lands. And so we're working on this map as we speak. Then we'll come in and we'll identify where the milepost boundaries are on all of these roads as they intersect with those withdrawal boundaries. Next slide. So when we're within the reservation boundaries, as newly defined, when we get those areas, that 2% fee will still apply, the taro fee. As sovereign nation, it would be like us moving into into Nebraska and saying, okay, now we've got to follow Nebraska's laws. When we're in those tribal boundaries, we have to follow the tribal laws, which is that taro law. So when we're in those areas, we will pay the 2% fee. So consideration, what we're kind of looking at and working with the taro office on is an employee placement fee when we're working near the reservation. And the concept is just like when you use a recruiting firm to hire a new employee for your company. Recruiting firms charge anywhere from like 10 to 25% of a first-year salary to place that employee. And so we're using that kind of model and concept to try to work with the tribes and reimburse them the cost of them providing us employees. So it would be a compensation fee. We would base it on the hours worked by those employees. We're conceptually looking at maybe a different fee for the first 30 days than after 30 days. The goal in doing that is to try to get them to put people on the job that are going to stay and stick with the project from beginning to end. The contractors need to know that they've got that consistency and that they can depend on those employees to be there. Contractors already provide certified payrolls, and so those hours would be pulled off those payrolls. And the fee to cover the Terrell office costs to render those services would be the same. You know, they're helping to recruit qualified workers. They're providing that career development training, protective gear, those types of things. Then the federal funds may be used to pay for that. We've already worked with FHWA to ensure that those dollars could be used. We actually went in on North Federal Boulevard just to take a look and see what would this cost us based on kind of what we're conceptually thinking, and we're not to an agreement yet with the Terrell office. We've met with them a couple times, and we're working on the memorandum of understanding at this time, and hopeful that we can get something in place. And we figure it would have cost us about $20,000 in covering that employment placement fee for them to help us recruit employees to benefit the contractors. And I would say this is very similar to other programs that we have in place. If you look at the Federal Lands Access Program, they take funds that are meant to be used on federal lands, so forests, and they extend that to roads that access the forest. So we're really following a very similar plan to other federal programs. And then the other commitment that we're really working on, and we've helped in this arena for a long time, but just renewing our commitment to work with tribal-owned businesses to get them certified as disadvantaged business enterprises, which helps them be recognized to maybe do DBE on a contract, DBE work. So that is what we're working on. We don't have it in place yet. Conceptually, I think we can find something that will work. I wanted to say that in closing, really keeping a good partnership with our tribal members, keeping their folks working it helps us to provide a safe, high quality and efficient transportation system for the state, for Fremont County, and for the reservation. It's helping to build the construction industry workforce. You know, there's folks that will go to work for these contractors. They will start to move with the contractors, you know, off of the reservation to continue working. So it helps build the workforce. That's critical right now. Everybody's having trouble hiring folks, and so we can get more people trained to help the industry. It employs tribal members who are Wyoming residents. These are good paying jobs. When you get a good construction job, it's a good paying job. It's a career type of job. It can raise a family, you know, it can support a family. So these are good jobs. I think it benefits the tribes, it benefits the state, it benefits Fremont County. Continues a strong partnership with Wind River Indian Reservation tribes. So,
Representative Overmuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the issue of recruiting qualified construction workers, other than on-the-job training, do the tribe members have any access to actual training in construction? How do they get trained on the reservation?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmuller, the Terrell office brings training in, and they do active training for their members out there. And, you know, they certify flaggers. So they are bringing training in. I mean, they would be better suited to exactly answer what they're doing. But I do know that at times I think they've sent people to the WCA training center, but they have brought training onto the reservation at times too. I know specifically there's been a number of years ago, but they brought them out to help train truck drivers, and specifically some focus on female truck drivers.
Other questions? Do you have anything else for us, Ms. Carlson?
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
No other questions? Okay, we'll move on to highway funding mechanisms. And since we already had Barrasso give us his letter, we're good to go on to introduction of bill draft. And this would be 0177 would be the bill draft, Highway Infrastructure Funding Task Force. Senator Pappas, would you like to say anything, or we just let Ms. Jarvis start us? Senator Pappas?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This draft, I worked together with the director to put this together between our two meetings and submitted to the LSO for final, put the final finishing touches on it. One thing I had originally intended to do was make this a not only just a highway infrastructure funding, but it was to look at all of YDOT's requirements. And the director and I were originally going to that direction, and we had included aviation, and we had included WildLink, and there were other things that YDOT's responsible for, and it was kind of originally in our thinking. Upon rethinking it, it was my intention that I thought that, number one, the time period, which we'll need to discuss in this bill, it may be too short as it is, and we may need to change that date, but the time period and the magnitude of the work, I don't think will allow us to look at all of that. And frankly, I went back to just being a highway infrastructure bill and not dealing with all the other parts and pieces that YDOT has responsibility for. There are issues with all those other parts and pieces, as you well know, funding, but I thought that this task force should dwell on only highway infrastructure, roads and bridges and whatever deals with the highway system. And so you won't see any of that anywhere in there. And if I've spoken with any of you since then, and I know I haven't spoken too much with the director since I've changed that, but I think we're better off limiting it just to highways. Outside of that, I'll let Ms. Jarvis go through the bill, and we can work it and then get some public comment.
Any comments from Senator Pappas? If not, Ms. Jarvis, comment.
I noticed that there's no highway commissioner on this group of, I believe there's 14 people on this committee. Well, maybe there's 15. Maybe there's 16. 15? 15. Anyway, there's no highway commission on here, and I'm wondering if this doesn't fall under their area of expertise. Anyway, I was thinking that's some of the things they might be doing.
Senator Pappas?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we discussed that. At one point, we did have a commissioner instead of the director. However, I looked back at other task forces, and we've had actually the director of the department, who is obviously tied in with the commission. So the commission will be directing the director on issues regarding what's going on in the task force. So, if it's the committee's wish, we could certainly replace the director with someone from the commission. But frankly, I think having the director there, it says also, or as designee, he could designate a commissioner if he so chose. So I think it's good like it is.
Other comments from the committee? If not, Ms. Jarvis, would you walk through this bill really quickly?
Mr. Chairman, you have before you are in your consideration 20 LSO-0177, which is the Highway Infrastructure Funding Task Force. The Section 1, subsection A, is the composition of the task force. And as just pointed out, at present listed are 15 members. And I'll just brief 2 from the Senate, 2 from the House, 1 from the executive branch, 1 who's the director of Department of Transportation or the director's designee, 1 from someone who represents a trucking industry, 1 who represents construction industry, 1 who represents the tourism industry, 1 from the mineral extraction industry, 1 who represents petroleum marketer industry, 1 from agriculture industry, and 1 who represents municipalities, 1 who represents counties, and 1 who represents Wyoming taxpayers. The subsection B tells what the task that's being set upon this task force is, focusing on funding, and it's having the task force look at different trends, look at and also shall identify and study and make recommendations concerning these, looking at trends, looking at the mechanisms that that are necessary and existing funding mechanisms, sustainability of those existing mechanisms, additional funding strategies that maybe other states use, and alternative funding mechanisms and their potential revenue, and then the relative impacts and burdens on members of the public for different mechanisms, and to then also look at the complexity or simplicity of the different mechanisms. Subsection C says that the task force may hire a consultant subject to the governor's actually they can recommend to the governor consultants to hire to help them with their task, and that the LSO shall staff it, and then it also talks about how the different members will be compensated. Subsection D is the reporting requirement for that task force to come back to this committee, and the timing is such that in theory, that might be before a second meeting of this committee during the interim, so that would leave a second and a third meeting for this committee to consider whatever recommendations might come out of the task force. That's just a timing issue. That's not written in the bill. I just was saying that October date, depending on when the committee sets its second meeting, that's the type of timing that might work. Oh, maybe. And subsection E is that it's more requirements for what the report has to include, and that there ought to be, it specifies that it shouldn't just be studying, there ought to actually be some recommendations that come out of it as far as 1 or more mechanisms to move forward with or to recommend. Section 2 is an appropriation in subsection A for the compensation for the members as well as a potential consultant, and subsection B is the compensation for the legislative members of the task force, and section 3 says that this would be started right away, so that the task force could get going.
Any questions from the committee? I do have one, is how did you derive the $120,000 in page 7, line 13? Do you have some basis for that?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't derive that number. I'm assuming LSO provided that number based on some past experience on what it costs to run a 15-member task force, plus, I guess, their estimate of what it would cost to hire a consultant for I'm not sure. Perhaps the department weighed in on it. I would ask the director if he, and I would like to have the director's comments as well.
So, Ms. Jarvis, did you have any idea how this number came about?
Mr. Chairman, there's no magic to this number. It may or may not be enough for a consultant and the members. So much is variable depending on who the members are, where they are traveling from, who the consultant is, how much they charge. This amount is I don't want to overstate the word arbitrary, but in some other task force with comparable amount of or number of people have had similar amounts. Right. I'm just adding I'm couching this in all kinds of qualifying language because it's not magic.
And also, you have 15 members. That seems to me to be unruly crowd, but yeah, I don't know that 15 members is the right number on this. And we no doubt touched everybody, but it just seems like it'd be tough to. I assume, since you don't say in here that 15-8 would be a quorum, and you don't say that in here.
Mr. Chairman, that would be the typical practice. Another thing that it's not stated in here and the committee may wish to consider is a requirement for a number of meetings. However, it depends on how effective or efficient or productive the task force is. It's often not stated in task force bills how often or how frequently, how many times they should meet. So, but all of those can affect this, the appropriation amount. For example, on page 5 in subsection C, when it says subject to available funding, the task force may recommend to the governor hiring a consultant. Maybe that's flexible, or depending on how much is there. I don't know, and perhaps Director Reiner has better ideas on whether that number is a dramatically too low or too high estimate. But at this point, it's what's there.
No. Yes.
I think it's a stab in the dark as far as the number, but as far as the number of people on the task force, we went over at length who ought to be the stakeholders at the table. And certainly it is a large number, and the way we discussed this, I discussed this with the director, and there was a request by most of those organizations that we show to be on there. Now, we certainly could reduce it to only the governmental organizations. We could have, the 4 legislators, we could have the director, we could have, and from the municipalities and counties and leave it at that, and then take all the private organizations, and they would still be at the table to help us, but they just wouldn't have a vote. So it's up to the committee. You could go with a 7-member task force. Before we actually, I'd rather see us change the number than kill the bill, if that's the case. But to me, it would be best. To me, it would be best to have every stakeholder there available. They will be, sure, but to give them a vote, I think it gives them a buy-in into the process. So I'll leave it up to the committee.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We've probably all seen ever so many task forces and different ways of doing things. Another way that has been, that I've seen in task force is perhaps saying, if it were the committee's desire to reduce the number, but adding a shall line that the task force shall consult with, and then put the different folks, because then it would still be mandatory that they're consulted with the different representatives.
General or Director Reiner. Sorry, I keep calling you General. Do you have an answer? Like, did you need 15 people? Do you think this is a good number? Would it be an unruly crowd? those kind of questions.
Chairman, really relative to the number, it's been all over the board, like Senator Pappas said from the start. This was DOT all, and so it's changed significantly since then. I'm personally okay with 15. I'm not sure I'm a facilitator of the, I think I'm probably the task for the chairman and co-chairman, so I think I'm a member of the team. What I know is important in my mind is consensus from involved stakeholders. And how we achieve that, in my mind, is the challenge. And I'm comfortable with having 50 members on here. I would also be comfortable with better recommendation of shop and salt river. But I'm comfortable with it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Pappas.
I've been on a couple of task forces that had, I was on the distance learning education task force, and I think we had over 15, 16 or 17, I think, and that went well. It wasn't unruly as long as you had chairmen that were able to run the meetings, properly. The issue maybe would be.
You need to talk up if you're release your microphone.
Trying to talk up, it's not working. There we go. The only issue that I see with 15 is when we get to the appropriators, whether they want to spend the money to foot the bill for 15 people. Certainly we could ask, I think it's a little bit unfair, but ask the private organizations to, if you want to be at the table, pay your own bill, but I don't think that's real fair. I think we ought to pay their per diem and mileage.
Okay. Other comments? Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered, and I noticed that the Minerals Committee has formed some subcommittees underneath their committee to look at some issues, and I wondered if that was an option for us that would cost a little less money, and maybe Chairman Anderson could give us a little information of how and why they did that, and if that would be an option, or if this is the better way to go.
So Chairman Anderson, you have like the nuclear, whatever that fuel thing was, that had 7 or 8 people, I think. And so I think that's, and the sage grouse. So these are kind of the questions that Senator Steinmetz has.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that was any cheaper than anything else we paid the members the same as what we're laying out in this program. I don't think there was any savings and such. There wasn't any public on it. The one for the spent fuel rod was just the members of the committee. So I don't think that changes much as far as that goes. As whether this a task force of this group or a task force of somebody else, I don't think that changes the cost appreciably.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure when to bring it up, after we move the bill or talk about it now, but it's kind of down the same lines we're talking. As I look through the bill, I don't see a lot of difference between what we're doing now and the task force, other than the task force would spend much more time, I think, working on the issue. The concern I have with throwing in a task force instead of having this committee be the task force would be expediting the process of securing funds for highways, and we've messed around with it an awful lot, but I guess I'd like for you to address maybe a timeline on this and the major differences you see, because when we have a committee, it's open to everybody. Everybody, I think we try to make it welcome to anyone to be at the table in the discussion, whether it be tolling or other highway funds, tax highway tax, fuel tax.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, go ahead and address that with if you.
Just wanted to address the co-chairman's comments. The problem with having this committee do it is that the work is so onerous. There's going to be a lot of work to looking at all the different various mechanisms of raising funds for highways. We're going to be if we did it, we wouldn't do any other work in the interim. The committee couldn't spend the time that a task force can spend. I know I've been on the penal task force. I was on the governor's residence task force. I was on the distance learning task force. We spent literally 2-day meetings 3 times during the interim just talking that topic. We don't have the time to do that within this committee. That's always been the problem. We never, in almost every committee, we just don't have enough time to talk about these big issues. And that's why we developed task force. So I think that's the reason. We just don't have the time we can't, just give it 2 hours every meeting and be done with it. We might as well not even do it. There's going to be a lot of work here.
So I'd like the committee, keep up your responses, your comments, but then I'll hear from the public, and then we'll come back to the bill itself to move or not. So any other comments from the committee? Yes, Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have concerns over the number of members. I like the idea. I think it's necessary to put something together to kind of figure out the problem that they seem to have with financing the highways. It seems like we have quite a few members from the governor's office. I kind of like Heather's suggestion that we could possibly remove some of these members down to 7 and let them be consultants instead of members of the body. And then when you go over to page 5, lines 18 through parts of page 6, it talks about consultants that will have to be paid, and members of the LSO will have to be paid, and possibly staff members from the Department of Transportation that will need to be paid. So maybe we can just kind of whittle down some of the members and make it not so onerous. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Jarvis.
Mr. Chairman, the subsection B in the appropriation section, as far as funding to the Legislative Service Office, is not for LSO staffing, it's for the legislative members.
And the 120,000, which is subject to available funding, task force may recommend the governor retention of a consultant. The Legislative Service Office shall staff the task force. Right, exactly. It'd be LSO time, but not money. Okay. Further comments from the committee? Yes, Senator McGuire, or Representative McGuire.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the General Director, back in your past life, you came to us with some recommendations because maybe a new program had come out that if we as a state would consider, there would be some federal benefits to spouses of military and things like that. Is there an end game here? Is there something that we don't know about? Are there programs out there that maybe the Department of Tourism or something that is aware of that we're not taking advantage of? I mean, is there anything other than rediscussing what's been already discussed and super discussed that will happen at this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Warner, to that regard, I think the funding issues of White are real. And the area that I think remains
No, they haven't done this. They haven't looked at all the
What we call is really
what we would call mileage-based user fee, and some sort of fee that's related to usage. What we know is that fuel tax as a long-term funding mechanism for roads is on the decline. And it's on the decline for simple reasons that we know, which is more efficient vehicles, electric vehicles, and the list goes on. And so in the long run, I see it as very important to explore alternate funding sources. The alternate funding source that is gaining momentum around this nation is a mileage-based user fee of some sort. And so my initial thought going into this task force is exploring that possibility and seeing how that's applied to us in the state. There's certainly surrounding states that have already started doing that. We are not currently in that condition. So that's one area. I do think that it's also important to perhaps revisit some other funding sources because this is probably the time to say, you know, how much money do we really as a state want to apply to our transportation system? That's really the issue before us, and so I think that becomes a discourse, But the program, to answer your question directly, that we have not looked at as a state is some sort of variable mileage tax based on usage.
Senator Pappas?
Yes, and Senator McGuire, we really haven't. The only thing we've really looked at in the past was tolling, right? There are, like I mentioned at our last meeting, NCSL has come up with 54 different ways of raising money for infrastructure. We've not looked at those things, and I think we need to take a good look. You have the tolling bill that's going to be forwarded on. We've got that in place. We're going to see that at the session, but I think that that's going to require a couple of years study before we actually decide to pull the trigger on it, correct? And so in the meantime, if we do this task force, we can look at those alternate methods, because as the director says, the fuel tax is not sustainable. It just isn't, and I think I gave you data on that last time. But the user tax, you know, a lot of circuits, in circles, they call it the vehicle mile tax. I kind of am getting away from using that because people have referred it to as the vomit tax. So I'm not sure I want to continue with that. But that may be part of the solution. There's other funding mechanisms. I'm thinking that it's going to probably be a combination of a lot of them. Not just one method, one solution. We're probably going to tap into 2 or 3 different scenarios to raise money to provide for the infrastructure in the state of Wyoming, and without looking at it, we can't adequately make those decisions. And we will have. That's why it's imperative to try to get it in this next interim, so that when we're ready to pull the trigger on perhaps a tolling bill, we have all that data done and we can make an informed decision.
Representative O'Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking downstream after the task force, doesn't this committee ultimately have to vet all these ideas anyway? My concern is also being on the efficiency. That one of the concerns is how task forces there are out there. I mean, just control the number of forces. What I'm curious about here is what else is on that list that's really viable other than this user-based fee, which we could definitely vet right here as there's items on that list. I'm just missing some of the other pieces, like what would the task force, besides this specific one that's really significant, what would they be looking at? That question is for anybody who wants to field it, I guess, Mr. Chairman.
Director Reiner.
If you wish, I would maybe some of those ideas, and I'd probably take you back to I believe it was our last visit. We had a list of 9. I don't have that list memorized, but some of those items that were on there were, for example, I don't think we've ever considered, one of the items on the list was a sales tax on fuel. So in addition to a fuel tax, a sales tax on fuel. There was an idea on there of specific statewide transportation sales tax on everything. There was an idea of a sales tax on items that specifically related to the road. For example, batteries, tires, those type of issues. There was a thought of increased registration fees, and so the list went on. I'd probably ask my finance guy if I missed a big one.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Director Reiner, some of these items that you're talking about, like sales tax on different items, get vetted through the Revenue Committee basically every year. It sounds like some of this would be crossover to what should be brought before that committee, and they've vetted a lot of those kinds of ideas at this point. Why should this committee take an interest in the sales tax area specifically here?
Do you want to answer that, Senator? Or do you? Oh.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Overmiller, I think my simple thoughts there is that's the purpose of the task force, to be cross-functional, to be across the legislature and across the state in terms of stakeholders, to garner a broader discussion and hopefully some sort of consensus on, hey, here's the need, and from that task force's opinion, what's the best way to address it? Obviously, the recommendation, as the bill is written from the task force, goes back to this committee, and I know at one point we had talked about it going in front of joint revenue for exactly the reasons you discussed. You're right, some of those have been discussed every year and haven't passed, and so the likelihood, I would certainly leave up to the legislature. In this case, it is the need is real, and so that became the discussion of talking about it and trying to gain consensus and moving it through the system.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Representative Overmuller, to your point regarding the number of task forces, you know, I have to disagree with those folks who say that, you know, we've got too many task forces. We don't need task forces. That in our citizen legislature, we don't put enough time in session and in our committee meetings sometimes to get things done, to get them done properly. And frankly, when we're looking at big, large ticket items that we're trying to figure out how we're going to accomplish, especially the funding of them. For instance, the Penal Facilities Task Force that I sat on, we were looking at a big bill to build new prisons and replace the prison that's failing. And so we had a task force to look at the problem, and it took us a lot of time to figure out what was going on and what we were going to do. Frankly, this is a big ticket item too. Our highways and highways and bridges, our infrastructure, you know, we don't have a lot of time the maintenance is needing to be done. We don't have the funds to do it. We really need to get a handle on this right away. And I think that to have a task force to look at how we're going to do that is really the only way to do it. We, as a committee, unless they want to start giving committees a monthly assignment where we meet on a monthly basis and start covering these big items, that, during the interim, that may be okay. But if we're not going to do that, if we're going to be stuck to 3 meetings and then cover 7 or 8 topics that the Management Council gives us, we need to really either use a task force or some other mechanism to spend the time we need to get this thing right.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment right now. So if you guys, anyone from the public would like to come up and speak, they're already working their way up here. Introduce yourself and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Katie Legursky with the Wyoming Contractors Association, and we are 100% in favor of the task force. Our state transportation system is currently valued at close to $6 billion. We're currently spending a little less than 6%, $350 million on our system. WYDOT has testified in the past that we are short 72.
Can you move that microphone a little bit closer to you?
That WYDOT is currently short $72 million per year in just maintaining our roads in the current condition. We are working on these roads on a regular basis. We know the difficulties in trying to take care of our current system. We're in the position now when we do mill and fills. There are times that one take off a couple of inches, we cannot put the other 2 inches back on because the foundation of the base isn't supporting it. So we know how critical it is to put additional money on our roads. We're also willing, as the Contractors Association, to pay for our portion of participating in the task force as a private business. We'd be happy to have the cost. So it doesn't impact the cost of the task force. And just as a quick reminder, for every dollar that we're not spending on highways right now, it's going to cost us $4 to $8 for that $1 in the future. And also in economics, for every dollar spent on infrastructure projects in the state of Wyoming, that $1 turns over in the local economy 4 to 6 times. So we are very supportive of the task force. We're also more than happy to reach out to our 89 other chapters in the United States to find out what funding mechanisms that they're currently using and they're currently looking at to assist the task force.
Thank you. Ms. Furch, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheila Furch with the Wyoming Trucking Association. I'd like to compliment Katie on covering almost everything on behalf of my members as well. We are happy to be included as some of the identified stakeholders here and look forward to serving on the task force, whether as a member or as a stakeholder at the table without a vote. We think this is important that we go forward with this discussion, not only to identify funding mechanisms for us to think about now or in the future, but to discover what isn't a viable way for us to fund our highway so that we're done talking about those. There are a lot of creative ways in other states, and as Katie said, we're happy and have access to information from those other states as well as through our national organizations and consultant groups that consult our associations. So we look forward to participating. My members also would be happy to pay their own way. We're not expecting compensation to serve on this important task force.
Questions of either? Thank you. Appreciate it, Katie. Sheila. Anyone else in the public would like to come and speak on the task force creation and what its objective is? We have somebody.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Kelly Little. I'm with the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I want to just reiterate what the ladies before me said, and I appreciate you including the counties. As a member of the task force, the counties are charged with maintaining the most miles of road in the state, and so we feel it's very important to be on the task force. And if we're super supportive of being a member of this to come up with a way to fund, alternative ways to fund the roads.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. Anyone else in the public like to speak on whatever bill we're on? As soon as I get the bill, 177, the task force for transportation infrastructure. Okay, that's it. Public comment is closed. Back to the committee. Ms. Jarvis, would you like to say anything on this?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just moved here to take notes on any amendments, should anyone offer any.
Okay, that's great. Committee, move the bill, and do I have a second? Second. I have a motion to move. Did it come from Newsom? Representative Newsom, and second by Pappas. Any amendments on the bill? Page 1? Page 2?
Guess I'd have
Yep.
So there have been some suggestions that the committee may be, or the task force may be too large. If it were reduced down in size and there were any of the, any changes to what you've got in this bill, your task force would be set up to, like, kind of like we are, to open it up to organizations, individuals, and public, much the same way, or you anticipate, or would your, I think I'm being sold on the amount of time. We don't have time to cover everything as well as we should. That part of it is addressed well in the bill. There are concerns with the number of people and trying to get this bill in a passable form, and when we get to the House floor and Senate floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Pappas.
You know, I still am more comfortable keeping the task force at the size that it is, giving all the organizations a vote. We certainly, if we want, and I don't have a problem with it, as we heard testimony that they're willing to pay their way to the meetings, and certainly there's no pay. It was only mileage and per diem. But I'm okay if we want to just remove the requirement to pay the private organizations and just leave the legislative pay and the LSO pay in there, so that we can reduce the cost. But I would really like to have every one of those stakeholders have a vote in it.
Well, you could also, it'd just be by who billed us, billed the state, so they could volunteer their miles, and their hotel room. So, yes, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, before we work this too far, I'd move to table the bill. And the reasons are...
We won't be back. That's it.
I know. I know we don't. Okay. The reasons are that this is too much, and the Highway Department has already studied this. The last meeting, they gave us 50 different options for more revenue, and I don't think we're going to come up with anything new. Also, I think the Highway Commission is who works this, and we should be relying on them to do this, to explore more revenue. So I would move to table.
Chairman.
Yeah. Senator Pappas.
I beg to differ with my esteemed colleague, but while I'm sure the commission has looked at some of this, the in-depth study that's required in these different mechanisms is going to require us to go to all the different states and visit what they've done. We're going to look at all the different ways that organizations like NCSL and the task force and NCSL has put together.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second.
Yeah.
Does it take a second on tabling? I couldn't remember. Does it take us?
Well, there wasn't a motion yet.
It was a motion to table. Was it a second required on a motion to table? I couldn't remember.
Mr. Chairman, yes, there is. I mean, I don't believe that there was, but I believe there needs to be.
Okay, that was great. Does this one still work? Yeah, this one still works. We need a second on that then. Do we have a second on the motion to table?
Second.
We have a second. So,
Is that debatable? I don't think it's debatable.
we'll all vote on it. I don't even know if it is or not.
I don't think it is.
Okay, it's not debatable. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of tabling this bill, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Show of hands. All in favor of tabling this bill, please show the hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those in favor of continuing this bill? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion to table has failed, 7-6. So back to the bill. Any amendments on page 2? Any amendments on page 3? Any amendments on page 4? Right, oh, sorry. Senator Hutchings?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, I like the concept of the bill, but I'm still concerned about the number. I like the fact that the Trucking Association came up and said that they could flip their own bill, but I'm still concerned about every member on page 3. My amendment would be, throw it out there, to remove every member on page 3. Just delete page 3 in its entirety and use them as consultants, and go over to page 4 and remove lines 1 through 5.
Okay.
To bring it down to 7 members, I believe that does.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 15, you'd be down to 7. Yeah, you're correct, 7.
That would not include the consultants, because I'm sure they're going to need them.
Okay. Do we have a second to that motion? We don't have a second to the motion. Motion dies. So, any amendments on page 4? Page 5? Page 6? Right here. Ms. Newsom, representative.
As we look at the timeline on this, there seems to be not enough time as I kind of sketched it out. So looking at page 6, line 15, the report due on October of 2020, and the task force ceases on December 31st of 2020. As I sketch this out timeline-wise, our session would end March 2020. If it was enacted as soon as could be, that would be about April. The committee would probably be appointed with all the governor appointments by June. They haven't met at all in June. If they did 3 meetings, July, September, November, that's just my imagination. Then we have a session January through March of 2021. Probably the report may or may not be available till April of 2021. Then if we did a interim committee assignment in 2021, so as that goes on, I'm proposing is that we change anything that says 2020 to 2021.
Do we have a second on that motion? Do we have a second? The only thing I would say, Representative Newsom, is that you may not get the same people back. So that's the only problem with moving it to 2021. So I don't know that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Also, being 2021 puts us into a budget session.
No, budget session's 2020.
No, know, if we do it in the interim of 2021. That's what I understand you're saying, right? We don't do it, we don't do it this next interim, we do it the following interim.
No, my understanding of the amendment was you'd start this interim. It just needs to continue over the next interim.
Well, if it's a two interim topic, it puts the bill into a budget session. That I don't think is really what we want.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
That's correct. It would put it into the budget session of 2022.
And, Mr. Chairman, may I continue? And another reason for trying to get it done, I agree we may need some more time, but we needed to get it done in the next interim because we do have we have another bill, the tolling bill, that has a 2-year trigger on the study. And so I think we want our work done before we end up voting on whether we're going to go tolling or not.
We don't have a second.
We don't have a second on
We're
this.
discussing it, we don't have a second.
We can discuss anything we like, actually, Mr. Representative Hoax. We just can't move on anything. Any further comments from the?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
based on the timeline, I think we can get other task force. We've been able to start meeting in June, so I think we can start meeting in June. I think we can have certainly 3 meetings before October 10th, but if it's the committee's wish, we could take it into mid-November. The governor's residence task force, we went to mid-November.
If this passes, Senator Pappas, if this passes, remind us when we set our dates, that we set them as late as we can.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there are some time frame, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
There are some time frame things that are sometimes seen in task force bills. For example, a requirement for a time, a date by which members will be appointed. Sometimes that is seen, not later than March 15th.
Also on the other end has requested that committees have their committee work done by something like November 1st or something like that. That's on the other end. So, however, this committee also 2 years ago had a lengthy presentation from NCSL and the university about this topic, and last year had some from the already been quite a bit of information that the city has received and has been compiled that is outside of the wide audit, because like I said, NCSL gives for large presentation and the university can as well. So some of that would exist that could assist the committee to meet a task force to meet an ambitious time frame. And the committee, and also the task force would not be able to.
So on page 1, if we went under A, where you talk about the 15 members and said they shall be appointed by March 30th, is that where we would look for the amendment to be put in?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know exactly where it ought to go, but I certainly would be
I'm looking for, I need an amendment that says March 30th to appoint.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senators.
May I ask, Ms. Jarvis, is that too soon? By when, if we're done the first week in March, and then who knows when the bill will be signed, it gives the governor only a couple of weeks. I think we probably can go into April and still be okay. So you might want to think of it just a
We have an
slightly
amendment. We
later.
don't have an amendment on the floor. We're waiting for the amendment.
I know, but I want to, before we make the amendment, I want to discuss the date so we don't have to amend the amendment. I was just going to ask Ms. Jarvis what she thought would be a good time frame, because I think the first meeting can happen in June, and so if the task force was formed at least by the end of April, I think would be fine. But I want her opinion. She's probably seen this more than I have.
Ms. Jarvis?
Mr. Chairman, I have seen March 15th, I have seen April 1st as dates. The question is whether the executive branch is a fan of when, by, and but whatever date, ideally, they would strive to meet it. But for the date to appoint them by, and then there could also be a date that says the task force shall have its first meeting no later than 15th or something like that. I would think these are, you could put some, the committee can include structure.
Do I have any amendments here? No amendments? Okay, moving on. Oh, we can tell the governor anything we like, whether or not he follows us.
I've got another one, and it was suggested by members of the public, and that is that any members of this task force that are non-governmental members, so trucking industry, petroleum marketers, agriculture, tourism would be not included in that. I don't think they're agency people. We didn't get input in construction. We didn't get input from agriculture or petroleum marketers, but I kind of think if one set of folks are gonna pay their own way, those others that are coming into this could as well. Is that a good enough amendment that non-governmental members of whether agency or staff people would pay their own way? Shall not be reimbursed for per diems.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think what you need to do is maybe define, or I think it's just state entities being reimbursed. So it would be the director, it would be the governor's office, and it would be the legislators. I think everybody else, including cities and counties, those associations, are private as far as I'm concerned. But you may consider them governmental, I don't know. So I think maybe just defining reimbursement for legislators, the governor's office, and YDOT.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator, or Ms. Jarvis.
Mr. Chairman, the current distinctions are non-legislative members and members of the task force who are government employees. State employees of the state of Wyoming. So employees of the state of Wyoming and non-legislative members. That's how the distinctions are drawn. And so, for example, if the committee wanted to not include some of them, I believe it is on page 7, or it is on page 7, I believe, where you would want to change it is where it says the amount shall be used to pay mileage and per diem for non-legislative members appointed by the governor to the task force. Most likely that would be the line that would be needing to be addressed. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it is line 14 through
This, starting with this.
16.
Yeah.
Page 7.
So I would move that we amend the bill by striking in line 14, this. Is that what I want to do? Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you might want to strike, starting in line 15, mileage and per diem for non-legislative members appointed by the governor to the task force. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
to pay in line 14, to pay through the comma in line 16.
All right.
Mr. Jarvis, couldn't you start with to pay on line 16 and to pay after Department of Transportation up on line 14? Couldn't you start there with to pay for any consultants as approved?
Oh,
Just strike everything else. Strike starting on 14, this amount.
Mr. Chairman, I believe, yes, that appears as though that can be the case. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So it would, we'd strike starting on line 14 from this
So sorry.
through, now where do we stop then? Line 16 somewhere.
After task force.
After task force, okay. Yep,
Capitalize.
and capitalize. Is that word, is that?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would include the period on page 14 and the comma on line 16, and not capitalize anything, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Transportation, right, correct.
Okay.
So behind transportation, we remove the period, there may be a comma, I don't know for sure, and then just continue the sentence to pay for any consultant as approved by the governor. So it would read, there is appropriated, this may be more money than we need, but we don't know what it'll be, $120,000 from the general fund to the Department of Transportation to pay for any consultant as approved by the governor and to pay for any other costs related to the operation of this act. That sound okay?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, so sorry, on page 6 would also need the, starting at line 6, where it says any other member of the task force shall not receive salary, but shall receive mileage and per diem at the same rate. That sentence should go away too, to accompany this.
So it's line 6, you're saying line 6, any other member, all the way down through the end of 10.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that's all one motion. Is that
Mr. Chairman?
there? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could I make a friendly amendment to that motion, since we're striking per diem and mileage for all these private members, non-legislative members? I'm assuming the dollar amount would go down.
It probably will, but
should we just make it an even 100,000? I don't know. It's a stab in the dark. It's just that it may be more palatable to the Appropriations Committee if the number was a little lower.
No more than likely.
Oh, so leave it at 20. So we end up with 60. Oh, okay, I'm okay.
I don't know, I'm kind of joking here, but it will be cut.
Okay.
I don't know where.
We have a motion and a second on this to strike line 14, this amount, all the way down through the end of 16 task force. And we go up on page 6 and we strike any other member of the, so line 6, any other member, all the way down to the end of line 10, actual task force meeting, travel to meeting. So that gets struck too. Do we have any further discussion on this motion? Question?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this. I heard some people volunteering to do this for free, and they can do that because they don't make a claim for the mileage. But the people who need to have the mileage, I think they should, just like the legislatures do. So I'm opposed to this.
Any other comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please raise their hand. Please say aye. Raise your hand. 3. All opposed? Okay, that amendment has failed. Any further amendments on 7? Any further amendments on 8? Seeing none, do we have the question being called? Questions being called. Roll call, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on 20 LSO 177 with no amendments. Senator Anderson. Senator Hutchins. Senator Pappas. Senator Steinmetz. Representative Blake. Representative Crank. Representative Laux. Representative McGuire. Representative Newsom. Representative Obermueller. Representative Western. Co-Chairman Eklund. Co-Chairman Von Flatern.
Aye. What was the final count on that?
8 noes. 5 yeses.
That bill has failed. Failed to pass the committee. And so now we're going to take lunch, please. And we'll take lunch. And we'll do lunch until it's 12:43. We got lunch right over there, right?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Representative Blake.
The lady had to leave, so I paid for lunch, so please reimburse me.
All right.
Over.
Okay. You need to pay Stan Blake, and it's better to beat him out of it than to owe him. We're going to take a break for 45 minutes. Please, everybody, come back.
I do not accept Visa, MasterCard, or